Daily Collective Read for today. We are going to get started on today's Daily Collective Read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective Read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's Daily Collective Read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you'd like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, how are you doing? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. Let's talk a little bit about this energy that we're going through right now, because it's rough, and I'm going to kind of try to walk you through why this energy may be feeling so intense right now. So bearing in mind, we're just coming out of a very intense new moon cycle. That was a new moon that was in Capricorn during Capricorn season. And, one of the things I want to kind of stress that was occurring during that particular energetic cycle that was making it feel, because we've gone through Capricorn new moons in Capricorn before. They're usually not that intense, but the reason that this one is feeling particularly difficult has to do with the juxtaposition of the fact that we also see that Jupiter is in retrograde along with Uranus in retrograde. Now, Jupiter has been retrograding in Cancer for quite some time, and Uranus has been retrograding in Taurus for quite some time. However, one thing we have to bear in mind is that while the majority or the combination of those two planets were in retrograde, up until this point, we had a bunch of other planets that were also in retrograde. And I like to describe it as almost in a strange way, all of the other planets in retrograde during that experience was effectively helping to bear the weight of those 2 planets being in retrograde. So what do we see is happening now? We've got a lot of that work in terms of that energy navigating through that retrograde energy, but it feels primarily focused upon those 2 planets. Now, what does the combination of that retrograde energy on those 2 planets feel like? Jupiter is in Cancer. Jupiter is often working upon the recognition or the definition of the self. I like to describe it as the self-defined. What do we see when we have Jupiter in Cancer? Cancer is all about the cycle of energetic definition. It's the refinement point by which we shed the layers of ourselves to come into a better understanding of ourselves. So we've got a lot of vulnerability that is effectively occurring in the experience of navigating through those 2 that combination force of Jupiter retrograding in the sign of Cancer. I would not be surprised right now if you're going through a lot of those modalities or experiences that have to do with feeling energetically vulnerable, particularly and especially in relationality to the perception of the self or how others perceive you. On top of that, we've also got the fact that Uranus is stationing retrograde in Taurus. Now, it's very important to notate that this retrograde is important because prior to it going into retrograde, that planet was in Gemini. It was in Gemini and it got pulled back in to Taurus. It's like, come here. It's that type of energy, which can often make us feel frustrated because it's almost like that modality by which you feel that experience of expansion. Like you're feeling like you're just on the energetic brink of an expansion moment. And then what does Uranus and Taurus do? Like, come back here kind of energy, right? So it can create a lot of feelings of energetic frustration in relationality to one's own sense of progress. Now, on top of all of that, we then entered a Capricorn new moon during Capricorn season. And that can often put a lot of pressure and intensity in relationality to what we do or how we do it. So you can understand that it's almost like this amplification moment. I want to describe, and it kind of, it felt a little eclipsy. And we're also about to go into eclipse season. But whenever we have, and I like to describe this, sometimes we often identify the fact that when we're not going through certain energetic cycles, the ability of something to feel similar to another thing often occurs. And one of the things that we often receive when we have this double amplification point in terms of a planet being in a station of the planet at the time that it's being experienced can create a lot of that intensity that feels almost like an eclipse. So we had that new moon in Capricorn, right? That felt energetically similar to eclipse, particularly in the realm of being able to navigate how we work or how we do things, while also feeling the energetic vulnerability and sensitivity of the Jupiter in Cancer, which is the modality that often feels like no matter what we do, it's not good enough, as well as the energy of working through that Taurus in retrograde, feeling that kind of quagmire effect in relationality to things picking up around you, but you feeling like you have to move at a snail's pace. So if you're feeling that right now, I just want to remind you, this is the vibe. And also we've got the fact that we're moving into Aquarius right now. And the thing with the Aquarian energy is, and I like to, we sometimes see this, we often see this in the space by which we move out of Capricorn into Aquarius. The feeling of energetic surrealness that can often feel like it overtakes the self, that makes it hard to be able to energetically focus upon things. So if you're experiencing this right now, and I wrote a whole article about this over on my Mystic Meditation section of the Stack, make sure that you're practicing grounding practices. Make sure that you're not getting ahead of yourself. Take things one moment at a time to get things done. Because I want to describe the fact that this energy does have a lot of overwhelm feeling attached to it, and that ability of understanding where the overwhelm is coming from, making sure that you're not over-internalizing an external problem right now is key. This is also having a different impact. This is also having an impact right now, depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. And the other thing that we're effectively identifying at this time is recognizing that particularly during this work that we're doing right now, we're also seeing the fact that one of the energetic cycles has effectively changed in relationship dynamics. And I was seeing that happening right at the same time that we experienced that new moon in Capricorn. We're moving out of moon relationships, and what indicates, all strong indications are that these are world relationships. Why are we identifying them as world relationships? Because these are effectively the relationship dynamics that are building off the last two relationship cycles. Now, what were the last two relationship cycles that we observed? We observed that the most recent one were those moon relationships, and preceding that, we had the temperance partnerships. Now, the moon relationships were effectively the relationships that were building into the context of the refinement of self that allows for easement in relationality or in relationship. The ability to work through that progress of self that identifies that we don't need to be perfect to move into relationship. We just need to know the work that we're trying to apply to things in order to get better at doing them. And so for a lot of energy right now, recognizing and identifying the space by which they're becoming each other's source of peace is amplified by the easement through which they try to do things to make things as easy as possible for one another, and understanding how energetically difficult that is, because it requires, and I keep on stressing that for a lot of those moon relationships, it was very difficult because going through that retrograde cycle was effectively identifying or articulating the modality by which it may have felt like they kept on experiencing coincidental happenstance situations that felt very similar to past trauma that was intentional. For a lot of these relationships, this could finally feel like they're reaching that point of even ground. Now, this also sees us into the temperance relationships, and those were effectively the relationships that we're building onto everything of being possible so long as the work is mutual. And for a lot of those relationships right now, this is a time where it may be feeling like there's a lot of that energetic intensity that is occurring. Now, the combination force that we effectively see that's happening in these world relationships is a combination of the last two relationship cycles. So this is the work that we see that talks about the ability to understand and recognize that as we're working through things, the best way that we work through them is to embody the qualities and traits by which we hope to bring into or find in relationship. So this could be a time right now for energy that is in solitude, working on deep personal transformation to allow for interdependent relationship dynamics, right? The ability to be able to recognize and find what we're seeking in relationship within that allows us to build into joy in the relationship that we find without, that thus creates an amplification point. But it's not easy because for a lot of these relationships right now, going through those modalities and experiences at a time where there's a lot of emotionality coming up, right? It's a lot of that better out than in that we're potentially experiencing. But we see that a lot of that energy is working through that in a way that feels like it's creating that healthy sense of balance. Now I'm going to tell you right now, the energy that feels like it's probably the most balanced right now is effectively going to be those moon relationships. But I have to stress that those moon relationships were the ones that were going through it. Now, those moon relationships were the ones that were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing direct, which was in the fall, up until the time that we had the solstice period over the summer. And as I mentioned, these relationships have been taking a lot of time to come together, but working through a lot of past shared trauma, feeling a lot of the intensity or anxiety of coming to build into a deeper understanding with one another. They're being able to find that stabilization point, and a lot of that stabilization point that we recognize as occurring is a result of the concerted effort that they see that they commit to towards one another in building into that sense of healthy energetic balance, right? And so for a lot of those energies right now, that could be a lot of work that we see in expressing the ability of identifying the joy that they feel and the peace that they work upon for one another. Now, for those temperance relationships, those were the relationships that were effectively coming together between the time of the solstice period this summer up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune. Now, for a lot of those relationships, well, I actually want to make a correction point. So when I was identifying upon the moon relationships, those were the relationships that were coming together up until the time of Capricorn, the Capricorn new moon that we just experienced, up until the time of Uranus stationing direct. The temperance relationships were effectively the relationships that were coming together between, as I mentioned, Uranus stationing direct up until the solstice period. And so for a lot of the relationships that we see beyond that point, working into this temperance dynamic, is the ability of identifying or recognizing the mutual ability of the self that pays back in great dividends, right? These are relationships that work very much on building a healthy sense of balance. And a lot of the difficulty that these relationships are presently experiencing may have to do with feelings of, I want to describe it as a lot of this energy potentially bringing up feelings of doubt of the self, or potentially working into the distortion of the self. We were seeing that heavily in relationality to the fact that it's feeling a lot of the weight of that Jupiter in Cancer energy in combination with the Uranus stationing retrograde in Taurus. So having a lot of those feelings of past trauma, right? The distortions of the self that arrive from trauma that we've experienced, or potentially experiencing present trauma in relationality to others, misperceptions of distortions of the self outside of partnership. But what we effectively see is happening right now for a lot of those relationships is feeling energetically fortified by the stabilization point of the counterpart, building into the context of the clear view of seeing, by which they're able to see each other with clarity. But even so, it's a lot of intensity. So, and it's a little bit of like, I want to describe it like when we're going through energy like this, the best modality to kind of embrace is steady as she goes, right? Some energetic cycles, we just have to kind of like be energetically resilient to. Kind of like, we got to like put our head down through the storm kind of energy. So if you're experiencing that, continue to do so in a way that feels like it is purposeful, not getting overwhelmed. Make sure that you're taking a lot of rest as needed, and we'll continue to support each other through this journey. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack today to learn more about a very special retreat that I'll be hosting this August. I'd like to join you. I would like you to join me as we travel to the location by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered to learn more about the cards. We will be traveling to Italy, and everyone who participates in that retreat will not only be receiving one-on-one class work with me, but you'll also have the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. I also am very happy. If you want to learn more about that, you can head over to the Stack to learn more about that. I'm also very happy to let you guys know that I've also released a new Mystic Meditations article to let you know more about this energy that we're experiencing. You can find it over on my Stack. I also would encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which will be being held on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards in the Sword Suite. And if you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our monthly classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. And you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the whole year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the class program and the opportunity of receiving one-on-one mentorship training with me. One of the things I try to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top, and I also post my Mystic Meditation articles there. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read, but if you'd like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, where I was giving that update. How are you doing today, Fareed? Welcome, D. Empress. Hi there, Aloysius. Welcome. And Minnie, good to see you today. Ava, I've got you on the list here. So Julia and Ava, you will be read for before we start the collective. Thank you for getting on the list before the live started. And for anybody else who would like to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for, and you'll be the 1st person read for after the collective ends. Davila, thank you for the follow as well. Grand Rising, Jen. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Selena, I know the energy is insane. But listen, recognizing the energy is insane is half the battle, okay? Interdependent relationships are chef's kiss. Thank you, Minnie. I'm so glad to hear that, and I hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for that hashtag, Bridget. Always appreciate when you guys help to share the live. Your past shared trauma for past shared trauma for moon relationships is so real. Thank you for confirmation, Minnie. And Alexandria, thank you for the little crowns and helping me reach my crown goal. Grand Rising, Julia, hope you're having a beautiful day, and I've got you on the list, dear. Keep on swimming, Tiff, absolutely. And thank you as well. Oh, Nader, thank you for the follow. I'm hanging on a thread at the moment with this move. I want you to think of it as good weaving, right? I know that it feels like you are, but and we'll get into it with your reading. Yep. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. As I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but we are going to honor those who got on the list before we started the live. So the first two people we will be reading before we get started on the daily collective is going to be Julia and Ava. If anyone wants to get on the list to be the third person read for after we can finish the daily collective, you can do so. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. That said, Julia, if you're here, can you please respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And before we get started on Julia's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Wren. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And make sure you're tapping that screen, because when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Also, we're currently doing a giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So make sure if you'd like to participate in that, I wish you a lot of luck. Currently, the person at the lead is Alexandria with 103 gifts. I deeply appreciate you. All right, I've got Julia up here. Guys, make sure to give Julia some love. Okay, so it sounds like we're doing a split reading right now. Highest and best during transition, and also information on a new connection. Can I please get, and thank you for being the first person on the list today. So you will also have an additional card in your reading. Thank you for also getting on the list previously. So you'll be getting 6 cards today. So we're going to be doing 3 and 3. Can I get 3 cards? Thank you. 2 here for Julia. 2 here for that connection. And can I also get 1 here? Thank you. And 1 here. Thank you so much. All right, let's get to it. Wow, I got all cups here in terms of this transition. The thing I want you, what I want you to focus on right now as you're navigating this transition is this is the sound. Like, this is the sound of you moving to calmer waters, is what I keep on saying. And the hard part about it is, as you're moving through, if you're moving to calmer waters, you're going to have to recognize that it's going to be like transitions into calmer waters requires navigating through rockiness, right? The thing I keep on seeing is, and I feel like these are going to be like the 2 words of power I see effectively associated to this work are, this is the hard part, calmer waters, right? This is the hard part. Calmer waters, this is the hard part. Calmer waters, this is the hard part, right? Because as I see that you're navigating through that transition, the ability to identify or recognize that you have to, like, the key word is moving, right? And so, and actually, I've actually, the way I'm seeing it is they're actually articulating, you have to say you're birthing calmer waters right now. That's what you need to write down. Birthing calmer waters. Why? Because births are difficult, right? Births are energetically painful. But when you're through the modality, like when you're through the energetic space of the energetic birth, there's a calmness that effectively comes afterwards. So I want you to understand that. Like I keep on hearing, and I think that this is what you have to say to yourself. It's not hurt, it's birth. It's not hurt, it's birth, because I keep on getting that space by which you are effectively navigating through, right? It's painful. And I wouldn't be surprised if you're telling me right now that it feels like, you're having those, and I'll tell you right now, if you're feeling like you're having those jags, right? If you're having those modalities by which it's like, you know what I mean? Like I can see you like going through those processes. If you're telling me right now, you're fine 1 minute, right? You're energetically fine 1 minute, and then suddenly it just sneaks up on you and you find yourself in that modality by which there's a lot of emotions coming out. I want you to really feel like, and that's what I keep on hearing. Like, I want you to think about this as that process by which you're birthing those calmer waters for yourself. But it's not easy, right? It's going to feel energetically painful. But the space I keep on identifying is the pain that you're navigating is recognizing and identifying the context by which you feel something energetically changing around you. So be calm with yourself as you're going through that process, because I can see even now, and that's why I keep on seeing, what do you do when you need to be in the space of taking care of yourself? You process through a lot of rest, right? You make sure that you're taking a lot of fluids right now. You're making sure that you're prioritizing yourself as you're moving, as you're steering yourself to that space by which one is able to find that sense of stabilization. It's just going to take it's going to take time. But I want you to understand, and this is what I keep on hearing, like, and this is why I keep on getting your words of power right now are, it's not hurt, it's birth. Because that modality by which you recognize that you're going through something that's very difficult, but you understand that there's something beautiful on the other side of it, is allowing you the context of being able to energetically work through something. Now, in relationality to that other energetic connection, I feel like, it's interesting because I feel like the timeliness of this connection feels very sublime, is what I keep on seeing. I see somebody who is also going through an energetic process in that way, shape, form, or fashion. I feel like this is some kind of modality. I keep on getting, there's a little bit of this like attracts like energy here. And so I think that there's something very valuable and important in relationality to you being able to find a connection up in this capacity. Because I see them, it's interesting. I feel like they're a little bit ahead of you on it, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like, I feel like it almost feels like cheerleader energy. That's what I get. Whoever this individual is, it feels like somebody that is very much like there to kind of show you like there's something on the other side to this. I'm going to show you these cards so you can see this, right? And I just want to show you what I'm seeing here. Like, look at the cards in the context of yourself right now, right? Like, do you see that? It's not like, right? It's not hurt, it's birth energy here. So we've got a lot of that energy that's happening there. And then we've got right here, we've got this energy that's effectively there to effectively articulate to you and to help you identify and recognize that there is something positive on the other side of this. And I feel like in a way, I would not be surprised if there's those modalities or experiences by which you and another person are articulating through a lot of those shared traumas. I feel like I can see somebody that's almost articulating to you and saying that they know very much what you yourself are feeling. They've been through those experiences before. They know how difficult it is. But I keep on getting that modality of working through the difficulty is a continuation of being able to understand what the shape or nature of that work is. So I want you to kind of, I feel like, there's a word that's associated to it that I'm going to send you, and I'll send that to you in the disco, like privately, because it feels like a guide word to help you understand, like, and it almost feels like an angelic connection. And by that, I mean, like, it almost feels like somebody who is angelically led towards you to help you through something, because I can kind of see the fact that, like, there's a lot of energetic pain that you're potentially experiencing. But I keep on seeing, like, even in the modality by which you're going through that, it's the observation of you know, and I want to describe this, like, it's not the source, it's not, and this is what I keep on hearing in relationality to this work. Like your intentions, like I see you like operating in the state by which you're doing your best in relationality to trying to do something in the best way that you're able. And I keep on getting, all you can do is everything that you can do. And the modality by which, and I keep on hearing this, and I feel like this is also like, I feel like this is also why this energy is coming into contact with you. The modality of someone trying to remind you that, you know, if you are trying to do something in the best way possible and another person chooses to misperceive you, that's their misperception, it's not yours, right? Because there's something really important that I recognize and identify in relationality is something that they're communicating to you, which almost speaks upon the fact of another person trying to articulate to you that, like, that ability of working towards like the higher, I keep wondering, like working towards the higher good is often something that feels like it's thankless because it often brings out the projections of others as we're working towards it. Bottom of the deck energy on this reading, yeah, we've got a lot of that. We've got a lot of that Fool energy here. And that's what I keep on getting. You know, like, remember when I said, like, there's a lot of that cheerleader energy that I was seeing, you know, like I have to stress, like, this is a really, really beautiful spread. I wish I had a way to take a photo of it because like, and I want to almost show it to you because the spread itself, it looks like a bridge, right? And the space by which you're working through that, like, and I want to kind of identify that the hard thing with bridge energy is often the space by which it feels like it feels like we can't see what's on the other side of it, right? It's often those modalities, and I like, I really, I wish I could, I mean, I do, I'm actually going to do it because I really want you to see these cards, because the beauty of this spread is, like, if you understand tarot, it's incredible. So just bear with me a moment. Hold on, can you see that? So I wanted, do you see the bridge here? Like, do you see that bridge in terms of trying to take the joy over to where to clear the abandonment wound and working through like the energetic support here? And this is you. And that's what's beautiful, is like, it's saying to me that you are actually the figure that's the bottom of the deck, right? The bottom of the deck is often, it's like, I feel like it's the work that you're doing right now that feels energetically thankless, right? But that's why I feel like the guides are effectively showing that. Like, they're almost showing you the space of, on, like, they're reaffirming what I'm articulating in relationality to the way that the cards are expressed. Because they're basically trying to say to you, like, I know it doesn't feel like you're building a bridge, but it's a bridge. Like, that's because when you're building a bridge, you don't get the luxury of being on it, is what I keep on hearing. When you're building a bridge, it's kind of hard because sometimes it feels like you don't have the luxury of being on it. But rest assured, it is a bridge, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. You're so welcome, Julia, and I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Hi there, Heather. Thank you for the follow. I know. And okay, thank you. You say, yeah, thank you for confirming what I was reading in relationality to those moments. It actually feels like I'm having contractions. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, like the stomach breathing through pain. Yeah, many fluid. Yeah, making sure I eat enough and trying to be rest off. And yeah, continue to do that, right? Like, first, like, especially with all that cup energy, like, first priority is protecting the vessel of the self. Daily devotion, absolutely. I was the same way before I moved. Totally worth it. All of the emotions. Definitely cheerleader energy. Yeah, that's exactly it, Bridget. That's exactly the energy that we're seeing there. So worth it, very much that meme. Yes, exactly. We have similar experiences. I feel like they're a little bit ahead of you on it. I feel like that's what I mean. Like, I feel like I see someone who's trying to say to you, like, I've been there. I've had to go through that too. Yeah, literally following the sun. We prayed for each other is what we both realized. That's so beautiful. It is. And Nurse Jen, thank you for the follow. Yes, thank you, dear. Hold on a moment. Eventually you may cross. Oh, good to see you today, Nikki. Yes, exactly. Not while under construction. That's the hard part. Yeah, when you're building, like, I love that. When you're building a bridge, I love the bridge analogy. You're so welcome, Minnie. How are you doing today, Nikki? But what if I am the bridge? No, you will. You will. Right? You deserve one too, Bridget. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today, the next person on the list for today is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a particular question that you'd like me to answer? So the way that we do it here, friends, we're trying something new, is if you get on the list before the day of your reading, you will be read for before the daily collective. So if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the first person that we read for after the collective begins. And we're also doing we're still doing our competition right now, when the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective will also be able to have a free card. So I wish you, we'll also be able to have a free reading. So please allow us to have we're working on some things here as well. Inside tea. One moment. I'm going to pull it up here. So just bear with me because this, I've got some inside tea I have to read for this reading. But before we continue right now, let's warm up these intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the seal. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And just bear with me. I'm going to pin up. Okay, so you are comfortable with being outside. Okay, perfect. Let me just pin up Ava here. Guys, make sure to give Ava some love. Okay. Many of my past romantic connections were painful, disappointing, or simply just not aligned. I work so much on my limiting beliefs around the topic of love. I know what I'm looking for, but I'm starting to think that maybe I'm not meant to experience the healthy, nurturing love. It's difficult not to internalize past experiences. Could we read on any messages my divine counterpart has for me? Absolutely. Can I please have, 4 cards. And again, thank you for getting on the list. You'll be getting 5 cards in this reading. Okay. We got 2 here. Oh, we got 3 here. 2 more, please. And 1 more. So I'm sorry, I really like reading for you because you've got a very sardonic guide. And every time I try to read for you, I feel like I want to dial back the message that's coming through from the guide because they have like a very sardonic way of communicating. But what I'm effectively seeing is the message is effectively coming through is there's an important question. And it's interesting too, because in a way, I want to kind of stress this. I do have a feeling that your divine counterpart is very sardonic, because I almost feel like, I gotta unpack this a little bit, because the thing is it's an angelic, and angelics are typically not sardonic. So I almost feel like it's an angelic that's taking on the guise of a sardonic, because there's a level of sardonic energy that's connected to your divine counterpart, because it feels kind of like it feels a little energetically heavy-handed too, which I find is really intriguing when I read for you. But the message is effectively coming through is there's a question, right? There's a question that is being proposed, like being brought up in relationality to those experiences. And the reason the question is coming up has to do with where you are now. And it's an observation to help you recognize how far you have come. And the word I keep on seeing that is associated to it is honoring, right? And the reason I keep on hearing honoring is the modality by which you are going through those experiences, by which you felt like there was something painful or disappointing that was occurring, or simply not aligned. The question that the guide, but I also see, like, it's interesting because it's a guide in the guise. It's a guide in the guise of your counterpart, which is the energy that's saying, were you being honored in those connections? Were you being honored in those connections? And what do we mean? What have we learned that the word honor means, right? Being honored is the space by which another person thinks about you before making energetic determinations or decisions, right? An honor to be honored is to recognize, and that's the thing about it. We've misconstrued what honor means. That's why we talk about the fact that there are honors bestowed on us, right? Honors are not little badges that we stick to ourselves. Honor means somebody who recognizes the energetic value of what they are carrying. It's the precious cargo of the self. And so I keep on hearing, in the modality by which you are in those relationships, did you feel like you were being carried as if you were precious cargo, right? Were you in the space by which another person was thinking about you first and foremost as it relates to how they were making decisions, right? They consider, and this is what we do, this is what we talk about when we speak upon the space by which we honor counterpart connection. Because when we honor counterpart connection, it's the observation that the energetic choices we make have an impact not only on ourselves, but on the energy that's energetically surrounding us. So that ability of being able to articulate and define, right, respectively, is the space by which we feel like we are being energetically honored. Because I keep on seeing that, and that's why I keep on hearing, and here's the thing about it, and this is why I keep on hearing, the more that you're able to honor yourself is what is bringing you into energetic connection with your counterpart. And the hard part about that was I see these other relationships that you are moving through. And I keep on seeing that the ability to identify or recognize whether you are like, and that's why I keep on hearing the discernment point of a relationship by which I keep on hearing someone who articulated the fact that they desired you or they wanted to possess you. But the question that you needed to be asking yourself was, did they want to honor you? Because if they didn't want to honor you, that's what we see was happening in relationality to those energetic, the collapse points in the context of the relationship. The space by which they energetically worked to be as supportive to you as their desires. And I keep on hearing that that's why I keep on hearing what's behind you is not what's before you. Because as you're continuing to do that work and honoring your journey and honoring yourself, I'm surprised, and this is what you've noticed, right? You're starting to notice that it seems like people are changing around you. But I have to break it to you, people aren't changing around you. Your ability to perceive intentions is, right? The modality by which you're able to effectively perceive intentions is coming as a direct result of honoring the self. That's the beauty of the journey. When we start to do things, we discover gifts that aren't there because there's gifts that are attached to the things that we do. So I keep on hearing a nice little, and so like there's a nice little side, like I keep on hearing like an aside that's happening for you. And that's why I keep on hearing the confirmation is the ability to effectively see. Like I keep on getting that one of your abilities of coming into discernment is being able to recognize and identify others' intentions more. And it's painful when that can happen. But I keep on hearing that is also a gift that's kind of coming towards you right now to help you find healthy counterpart energy, because I feel like you're being able to see things in the space by which you can recognize whether others are, I keep on hearing, whether energy is feeling honored, right? Or energetically insecure. So there's a lot of that energy that we see that is happening there via the sense of your own expansion. So I keep on hearing, recognize that those changes that you're identifying are actually like the modality by which you're coming into healthy counterpart connection. And that's effectively the message that I'm getting from your counterpart. They're basically saying, hang in there, right? It's like they're saying, hang in there, because I feel like even in the modality by which you may be feeling, I keep wondering, even the modality by which you may be feeling really energetically low right now, right? I keep on seeing like this is potentially the energy by which you find them, because it's working into the context of you articulating and recognizing. And I feel like that's why I keep wondering, like, are you feeling low right now because you're feeling low, like your old version of low, or are you feeling low because you're saying, I don't feel very honored here, right? Like you're moving into the space by which you're recognizing what feels like it's in the space by which it's holding you with the same compassion that you're holding those around you. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with that 8 of Swords in its reversal. It's not easy, right? I would say, like, even now I can see that, like, I feel like I keep on hearing, especially in your energetic field right now, like this resounding sound of it's not working, right? You don't get to define what's not working. And I know you don't like me saying that. I know you don't like me saying that, but that's why I have to say it, because I keep on seeing you can't identify the fact that you feel like things are changing within you and then articulate the fact that something's not working. Things can be working in ways that you can't even imagine. Is what I keep on seeing, and I keep on hearing is the ability of understanding, and the ability of understanding what's not working is effectively working for you. You get it? You see that? You see that? Right? In order to understand what's working, you also have to be able to be aware of what's not working, because that is effectively the discernment kicking in. Okay. So remember, like, hold that, like it's an honor. It's like, it's hard to carry, but it's understand, like it's hard to carry, but that's because you understand how precious you are, right? Allow that to help you. Think of that as your energetic compass, right? And that is what's going to help you in terms of, like, and I keep on hearing, like, that's the compass that an angelic is giving you to guide you to your counterpart. Because if you know, I just keep on hearing from your counterpart, I honor you. Like, I keep on hearing your counterpart saying, I honor you above everything. You are of utmost importance to me. So you just follow that. I keep on hearing, you just follow that energetic discernment compass into the space by which you feel like you are being energetically honored. But first, right? But first, you're going to have to navigate the discomfort of every time the thing like every time you have those moments of going, like, you know what I mean? Like it's working into that space, but being like, yeah, that's not, this isn't it. This is not it. You're going to potentially feel more of that discomfiture as you move into alignment with them. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the 3rd person read for. We're going to get started on the Daily Collective, and anyone who gets on the list right now will be read for once we conclude the Daily Collective read. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links on my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is a reading giveaway when we get for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Currently, Bridget, you are in the lead right now for that with 374. And we're also doing a giveaway right now for when we get to 50K likes. I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. I'm going to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Bridget. Good to see you today. Grand Rising. Good to see you, Nikki. Grand Rising, Estevan. Good to see you as well. Avatar, so we're doing things, we're trying something a little different now. If you get on the list before, the day before, we're actually now going to be reading those, we're going to be doing those, we're trying to be doing those readings first. So we just finished the pre-requested readings, and we're going to get started on the daily collective. Yes, hi there, Nikki. And hi there, thank you, hi, new TikTok feature for the follow. Possession versus honoring, tap to claim. Oh, I know, I like that gift. I hadn't seen that one before. Thank you, dear. And MB Oat, thank you for the follow. Yeah, exactly, it's not working. Yes, it is, exactly. I'm also trying to discern if things are working. You're so welcome, Ava, and sending you so much support on that journey. As I mentioned, friends, we're going to get started on today's daily collective read. If you would like to get on the list to be the first person read for at the conclusion of the read, the list is open. You will be the first person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. But before we get started on today's daily collective read, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Wren. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after we conclude the daily collective. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time. Excellent. No better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Just bear with me one moment so I can get the podcast up. Welcome, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? We'll be doing a masculine, feminine, and non-binary energy update today. We are going to be beginning our read with reading into the headspace of masculine. Can I please get 3 cards for masculine headspace, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. We've got here the 10 of Wands in its reversal, in combination with our 2 of Wands in its upright, in combination with our 6 of Cups in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing that's going on in the masculine headspace right now? One of the things that we've been reading into is working through a lot of the context of inner child healing. And it's a continuation of recognizing that that inner child healing is the observation that inner child healing is not working onto the context of where you were when you were very, very young. It's building into the space of healing before you realize that you are not the person that knew everything. This is what we actually talk about with the difficulty as it relates to a maturation process, right? That key point of understanding that allows for the ability of being able to expand or expound upon something even further. And so for a lot of that work, what we effectively see that's happening right now is, and I want to kind of describe this, it's working into the context of healthy communication. And the work that we do in relationality to communication is built upon and based upon the space by which we're able to energetically separate through the intentionality of the self versus the observation in relationality to what we put our force of intention towards. And everything I keep on seeing in this space right now is building into the context. I keep on seeing it's building into the context of energetically addressing or working through what it means, like what it means to effectively, energetically facilitate upon care. And what we effectively observe, and this is what's difficult in relationality to that work, I keep on getting that there's something very important in relationality to the difference between care and control. And this is why it's so fundamental for us to be able to release our controlling tendencies. Because what we effectively observe, and I want to describe this, when we are in the space by which we try to control things, we make the assumption that we know better than a universe, right? When we think about the fact that there is a universe that is always working towards us, but then we try to energetically control things, then it's often the amplification by which we look to the universe and we say, I don't trust you. I don't trust you. Right? It's a lot of that energetic space. And so this is what we talk about with like a healthy manifestation in any direction. The first thing you have to do is like you want to work on that manifestation. How do you feel about those controlling tendencies? Right? Like how do you feel like you're like, why isn't it working? I'm like, well, let's talk a little bit about those controlling tendencies. Because what happens, right? What happens when we try to control things is we basically try to communicate to the universe that we don't trust things, right? And the amplification of a healthy manifestation is one that is energetically unified, right? It's the space by which we're basically able to energetically amplify upon something, but not just in the modality by which we're able to amplify upon it, but the space by which we're able to articulate in relationality to setting our force of intention towards something in a way by which we feel, right? By which we feel surprised and delighted as to how good it can be. So you understand, this is why controlling tendencies work against manifestation goals. Because when you're saying, right, when you're saying to the universe, show me how good it can be, but then you're saying, but I want to control everything. The universe goes, well, I can't, you're asking for different things. You're asking for different things. Which one do you want it to be? Which one do you want it to be? Right? You can't say be in the space by which you energetically delight and surprise me. Right? Being in the modality by which you have that ability to identify and recognize that, but also be in the space by which you have to hold on to the space by which everything is working in the context of the self. This is why we talk about the space of being able to amplify or articulate or build upon the bonds of trust, right? Building upon the bonds of trust is how we start to ease upon the space by which we try to control everything. Because that modality of doing so allows the amplification of something being better than our wildest dreams, right? It's like that's what effectively happens. So this is where we get a lot of that work that's potentially happening right now. And I feel like for a lot of the energy of masculine, it's hard, it's difficult, right? There's that feeling like it's the hardest thing ever because, and I feel like that's like a lot of the work of the masculine that's working on understanding that the journey is one of learning to control, right? To control one's tendencies. Like the control must be inwards, right? You control one's own tendencies and you open up to a world of possibilities around the self. So it's not the fact of letting go of control entirely. It's letting go, it's getting control over the desire to control. Okay, it's getting control over the desire to control because that is the animalistic tendency. And this brings us to the feminine space. And feminine right now, we're going to be reading into, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Can I get 3 cards, please? Headspace of feminine. We've got here we've got the Page of Cups, in its upright. We've got the Four of Pentacles in its upright. And we also have we've got the Page of Wands in its reversal. So let's oh man, feminine is doing completely opposite work right now. Okay. Bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For feminine, it's working into the space, and I keep on seeing this. Feminine is utilizing energetic discernment as it relates to the ability of being able to effectively try to energetically facilitate upon things, is what I keep on seeing. And the hard part with a lot of feminine energy, and this is what we talk about as it relates to building into the context of just like, what is it like? And it's interesting because it's building into the context of what it means, right? Like what it means to navigate or to work through something in such a way by which, you know, when you are trying to do the right thing, get ready for everyone around you to impress upon you that you are creating, like that you're doing something wrong by trying to have a say in anything, is what I keep on seeing, right? The modality, I feel like there's a lot of energy of feminine that is working into the false premise of like you shouldn't have done that, which is the modality of almost saying like, and this is what we talk about, this is the shape of trauma, right? The shape of trauma is often articulated in the space by which another person does not give oneself the space of a right action, but works into the space of always making one feel like one's action isn't correct. And this is why we work towards the space of dissolving and resolving away from that. Because this is also why we talk about the worst thing in this world is passive aggressive tendencies. Because when you're effectively, and you have to understand, when you are working when you are assuming, making the assumption that you are working in a universe that has your best intentions at heart, right? And then anything that happens that is different from what you expect, if all you broadcast to the universe is energetic negativity, then what you basically are telling the universe is, I don't want to be open to anything different. I don't want to be open to anything new. And I'm going to I'm not going to basically punish any gift that energetically arrives to the self. Like that is why passive aggression is literally the most toxic thing in all of experience. Because the modality by which you imagine that the universe is trying to bring gifts to one's doorstep every single day, right? The modality by which you recognize that those gifts are potentially all around the self, but instead of being in the space by which you welcome those modalities, you're in the space by which you say, I wonder what, like, oh, what was this about? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like the space by which you get all energetically twisted up, right? The space by which you can't see, right? The space by which your own shadow projects negative distortions on things creates the modality by which the universe steps away from you, right? It steps away from you because it's a recognition of the space of the universe going, I guess they don't like joy. I guess they don't like joy. Right? I guess they're not just I guess they're just not a big fan of happiness, right? Like that's effectively why we talk about this space of allowing ourselves to be vulnerable, right? But it's interesting because, and I think that a lot of that for feminine is learning how to effectively express their feelings better, right? Being in the modality by which feminine is working on effectively articulating upon their feelings more rather than repressing them. Because when we articulate, I keep on hearing, as long as our emotions have healthy directions attached to them, they become our shield, right? The healthy emotions with directions attached to them become our shield. Because if you give someone your emotions and they're very sensible and they make a lot of sense, right? And another person says, right, like, I'm gonna make you regret ever doing that, then that's a beautiful moment by which you've suddenly recognized where is not a healthy environment for you, right? The modality by which we recognize that our emotions are not meant to change environments. Our emotions are meant to help us find sanctuary. Because when we express our emotions in a logical, clear way, and another person is receptive to them, right? It shows us where sanctuary is. But when we express our emotions and another person does not receive them as such, well, we know that the emotions are not safe there. What I see that a lot of the feminine is doing is understanding emotions are not meant to fix things. Emotions are meant to discern things. So this is the feminine energy that is utilizing emotions in the proper way, which is communicating upon the emotions to discern where sanctuary is. While we have for non-binary energy right now, and I'm going to be using the Navo Tarot for non-binary, for the headspace of non-binary. 3 cards, please. We've got the Ace of Wands in its upright. We've got the Ace of Cups in its upright. And we've got the Nine of Swords in its upright. It was going so well. It was going so well. This is literally, these are the cards that say this is why we can't have nice things. This is literally the cards of this is why we can't have nice things, right? Because this is a lot of the non-binary energy just getting this, right? It's heartbreaking when you see that, because when you're working into the context of being well-intentioned, right? And this is the thing, this is why we have to clear ourselves of this like fallacy of constantly reading malintention into things. Because when this is what we talk about, and that's what projection is, right? You can read malintention into anything. You can be, if you are like, the shape of projection is literally, and this is what we talk about when we talk about people projecting. Projecting is literally the sound of someone reading a malintention into anything. And this is why often those that project, it gets very lonely if you project a lot, because it's the modality by which anything you receive being like, what did you mean by that? It's like, hi, what did you mean by that? Hi, I meant hello. What do you mean by hello? I mean, I hope you're having a nice day. Why? Do you think I'm not having a nice day? Like that is, here's the thing about it. That is the overthinking projection that makes us energetically afraid to be the people that we are, or the way that we experience things. Because the modality by which, right, the sound of projection is often built into the space of experiencing another person's shadow taking the form of anything you try to give them, even if it's positive, them looking at and being like, pulling out a pitchfork and being like, what do you mean? Like you want some flowers? No, I bet there's a bee in it. It's like, it's the modality by which we work through something in such a way. And this is what we talk about, like releasing the malintention from everything. And this is what a lot of this energy works through. They feel like they've been in the modality, like going through the modality of feeling like you're perpetually in the space by which another person wants to project their shadow into you, is the modality by which you can literally be doing nothing but going about your business, literally trying to operate in a state of bliss. And another person sees you operating in a state of bliss, and they literally go like, how dare that person be there operating in a state of bliss while I'm standing here energetically miserable because I'm projecting on everything. But the problem is, the projection is something that you have to fix inside. That's an inside problem. It's not an outside problem. And so the modality by which we understand that when we see somebody, there's no bigger warning sign than you are off your path, than when you see somebody operating in a state of bliss and it twists you up. There is no greater alarm bell to your own existence than seeing someone operating in a state of bliss. And even in the modality by which you recognize and identify that they're operating in a state of bliss, you recognize and identify the space by which you identify that that is the energy that effectively is working into the context by which another person cannot effectively work through something to such an experience, by which they feel like they just seeing someone in a state of bliss requires the space of projecting a consequence upon it. And this is why, like, that's why we have to heal that, because that is literally the sound of a world becoming awful, right? The space by which we do not correct that is the sound of a world that becomes miserable, because the modality by which, right, you see someone operating in a state of bliss, and you say, I want to do something to energetically suppress it because it bothers my feelings, instead of saying, wow, that inspires me. That makes me want to find my bliss. That makes me want to be able to feel that and share that in that same way, right? It's supposed to be an energetic inspiration engine, right? But when we look, when we see inspiration all around us, and all we do is get all twisted up in our feelings, then we're literally become the source of why the world it becomes the worst place that it can be. Because if you want, right, if you want to have a beautiful world, you have to get over your insecurity in seeing a happy world around the self and not feeling energetically left out of it, but answering the call to join into it. So that's what I see a lot of the energy working through. And the fact that they understand that they've had to work through it in their own lives doesn't mean the fact that they still constantly, perpetually experience a force of that energetic projection. So they allow that modality by which they work to heal through it, but it's painful because it's a pain that they experience, and they also navigate the compassion of understanding the pain that another person must be experiencing in order to do that to another person. This brings us back to the heart space of masculine energy. And for masculine energy right now, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. And you know, it's interesting because I went to go draw it and I just saw the bottom of the deck. So we're actually drawing this card from the bottom of the deck. Yeah, it makes sense. It's the Knight of Pentacles. So we've got the Knight of Pentacles here and it's upright. One more card, two more cards, please. Thank you. And one more card. Thank you. We've got the Knight of Pentacles in its upright. We've got the Knight of Cups in its reversal. This is looking very similar to the headspace of feminine. And we've got the Three of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this energy that we're seeing here, because for the masculine heart space right now, you know, I keep on getting the masculine heart space is working really hard to understand the shape of their heart. And the part about it that's hard for a lot of the masculine that's doing this work is, I can literally, like, this is literally a masculine heart space that's saying, fix your heart, right? Like, fix your heart. Why is it saying fix your heart? Because this is the masculine that says that that is what it means to embody masculine energy. Do you want to know what it means to be a true masculine? Is a masculine that knows the shape of their heart, right? They know what lives there. Right? They understand that, and they do the work to try to make the shape of their heart manifest in the world around the self, right? It is the ultimate space of coming into, because you have to understand that when we talk about true love, like, what is true love? True love is the space by which we energetically honor the wishes of those that we care about, right? And that's the modality by which we understand that the things that we care about live in our heart space. So that modality or that experience by which we articulate, right? Like, that is the masculine journey, often being like the true masculine journey is the modality by which the shape of their heart becomes manifest in the world around the self, because it is the space by which we don't feel like, that's what we talk about with a heart opening, right? When we talk about the practice of heart opening is the modality by which we allow what is within us to expand all around us. But the only way that happens, right? The only way that happens is if we build a world where it is safe enough to do so. Because being in the space by which we live with an open heart requires that modality of kindness that we expand upon and express upon to the world around the self. And that's where the protectiveness comes from, right? Because it's the understanding of working through the malintention of others. It's working through those modalities or capacities of those who have not fixed their heart space, who look more at the world as a place that is a need delivery system. The space by which they look at the world in a context by which it's only supposed to exist to serve another's needs is no way to live, because that is an existence that becomes desperate, right? Looking at the world from a place that it only serves the needs is a desperate perspective in terms of the world, the way that we live, because it's the space by which we're constantly feeling the sense that something is energetically missing. But when we do the work to energetically fill the void of that feeling by giving forth to it, right, putting that sense of intention in relationality to the world around us, then it allows the context by which others are able to build upon that for us, right? They're able to energetically facilitate. And this is what I see that a lot of the masculine is recognizing, that when we move into the space of just doing the things that we want, doing the things, reaching for the things that we desire, with nary a thought or consideration of those around us, then it often feels like the energy around us is getting pushed out of the way as another person reaches for something, right? The modality that often feels like the inconvenience of working through something, it often feels like it's a space by which another person isn't taken into energetic consideration. But when we articulate upon our desire, right? When we share into the joy of that journey, when we speak upon it to others, then we give others the ability to energetically work towards facilitating it with us, right? That's what we talk about in relationality to an open heart space journey. It's the identification point and the adaptability that we're able to bring to each other when we're not constantly in the clutch, right? When we're not constantly working in the clutch of grabbing for the things that we energetically desire, but rather being able to articulate upon what our energetic dreams are. So I see that for a lot of the energy that is doing that work, this is the energy that is articulating. They're doing better at describing the shape of their heart, right? Like talking about what their energetic ideal is, rather than being in the modality of constantly trying to grab for it without consideration for those that also experience a space of existing within their heart space, right? It's a welcome energy. It's the energy that introduces things, not the energy that grabs for things. And I feel like a lot of the masculine is kind of working on in that capacity to understand and recognize that. It feels like a heart opening. While for feminine energy, working into the heart space of feminine, can I please get 3 cards for feminine energy? And we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the heart space of feminine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the 5 of Swords in its upright, the Empress card in its upright, and the Judgment card in its upright. So this is a lot of the, like, I like to see these 2 cards in combination right now for feminine energy. That 4 of Pentacles in combination with the Empress card is often is building into the context of feminine. I keep on getting, it's building into the context of feminine working. I keep like there's a lot of, like, this is a lot of the feminine that is building into the context of identifying or finding a stabilization point. And everything I keep on seeing in relationality to building into that stabilization point is, I keep on getting, it's heavily grounded energy. And the part about it that I keep on seeing, and this is what's wild, and this is what I keep on seeing for feminine that's absolutely wild, that, you know, feminine would be more in their feminine if it wasn't like in the space by which like feminine didn't constantly feel like they had to be in the space of battening down hatches, is what I keep on seeing, right? The modality, like it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like I keep on seeing for feminine, understanding, like the modality of working through this space of the you can't. I keep on. It's interesting because there's not a cross here, but it feels like a cross, which is the modality by which another person articulates to one constantly that they need you in the space by which you're constantly trying to clean up, like constantly being in the space. Like if you're in the modality by which you feel that feminine's only duty on this earth is cleaning up others' messes, you've never experienced true feminine energy, right? Because the modality by which feminine is not, I keep wondering, feminine is not the cleanup crew of another person's energetically demanding experience. And this is what we have to heal in relationality to masculine and feminine energy. Because do you remember how I just articulated the fact that masculine is recognizing and learning that when they reach for things, when they grab for things with nary a thought and consideration as to how others feel about it, then they're not honoring their heart space because they're operating from the space of their need, instead of being energetically patient with the empathy that is required to move towards a manifestation with the consideration for everybody that is energetically surrounding surrounding them, the self. While for feminine, this creates a space of feminine constantly being in the space of having to clean up the energy of masculine. And then having the same modality of someone being like, you know, you don't look really feminine right now. You're not really in your feminine element. And someone being like, I can't be in my feminine element if I'm having to sit there and do all this energetic work, right? Like, you can't be in the modality. You can't be in the modality of being in your feminine when feminine is constantly feeling going through the process of feeling like they have to effectively work towards being able to be there to effectively pick up or clean up or secure upon things all around them at all moments. And then somebody coming towards them and being like, you know, you're not really in your feminine right now. And feminine kind of being like, are you kidding me? Right? It doesn't put the feminine into the modality by which they effectively feel like they can arrive into themselves. So this is a lot of the feminine that is basically working through the context of honoring the self, right? The ability of taking those modalities. And this is why I keep on hearing feminine saying, being centered in self is how we protect feminine energy, because it's a continuation of understanding that the purpose of emotions is not to fix things. The purpose of emotions is to discern where we are being honored. And when we recognize that our emotions are a discernment system, right, then we get very, very eager to communicate them. Because again, as long as our emotions aren't all over the place, as long as they're not here, there, and everywhere, as long as our emotions have healthy directions attached to them, I'm going to tell you right now, those emotions will not fix every relationship, but they will tell you, they will act very well to tell you and say, what are the emotions saying? Are you being honored here? Are you being honored here? Or is someone telling you that the system that tells you whether you're being honored is getting in the way of the energetic relationship? Because a healthy relationship will always honor the emotions, and an unhealthy one will articulate that having them is destroying the relationship. While for non-binary energy right now, moving into the heart space of non-binary, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot for the heart space of non-binary right now. 3 cards, please. We've got here the Ace of Cups in its upright. Wow, so there's so many aces right now in the non-binary energy. Double Ace of Cups. The 4 of Cups in its reversal, and the 5 of Swords in its upright. So what are we seeing? Like and this is a continuation. And it's interesting too, because this is now feeling like with the heart space, like it's a continuation of this is why we can't have nice things. I'm just gonna keep on getting this. But it really is like it's the same exact cards to a certain extent. Because, and I want to describe this, you know, I feel like this is energy that often feels like it's hard to be ahead of the curve, is what I keep on getting, right? Being ahead of the curve often feels is the loneliest place to be, because and I keep on getting, being ahead of the curve is the modality by which this is energy. This is very brave energy, right? The bravery it takes to be ahead of a curve is the modality by which they often are in the modality. Like it's really into the breach kind of energy. It's always the energy that's like, I feel like this is the type of energy that's always like, I'll go first, you know? It's the modality by which they recognize and identify that. I keep on hearing, this is what we talk about, which like, and it's sad too, because it's actually the reminder, and it says, it's actually like the reason that we articulate that, and it's funny because it has to do with the first going last. And the reason that we talk about the first going last is when you're always in the space by which you're trying to effectively accommodate for others, that often that modality by which you yourself are being energetically seen is often one by which I feel like the energy works very selflessly for those that are around them. But that's what I keep on getting that is painful for energy in that capacity. Because the modality by which you're doing things and you feel like you're energetically ahead of something, but then everybody looking around you doesn't necessarily know what you're doing, and also sometimes often projects on you the fact that you're doing something for the sense of the self. I feel like this energy has never done something energetically selfish. They often work into the capacity by which they're constantly being in that point by which they're doing things for others, and they're constantly being perceived as selfish in the context of doing that work. But that's why we see that for a lot of the energy facilitating upon that, it's heavy, but it's also the space by which they're recognizing or identifying how they themselves are building into healthy relationship. Because I keep on getting the counterpart recognizes and identifies upon the fact that they're doing that work, and often feels the space of being able to protect and defend and facilitate them as they continue to do so. But it's not easy, because I keep on seeing that this is energy that is often in the modality by which they recognize or realize that they're often misperceived. Now continuing, moving into the unconscious of masculine right now, can I please get 3 cards? And we're going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Nouveau for the Nouveau Tarot for the unconscious space of here we go, masculine. Oh, we've got the 10 of Swords in its upright. We've got the Moon card in its reversal. And we also have here the Queen of Swords in its upright. So what are we effectively identifying that's occurring right now for a lot of that masculine energy? For a lot of the masculine energy, I feel like there's a lot of this energy. There's a lot of this energy that we identify that is working through, like I keep on saying, it's working through the context of identifying, or I keep on hearing identifying or recognizing upon, I keep on hearing like the space by which, and with like, and I just want to describe this here. Like, look at this. We've got the Moon card in its reversal with the 10 of Swords in combination with the Queen of Swords in its upright. And I keep on getting, I feel like this is a lot of masculine energy that is recognizing and realizing that they're trying to shed the false perception of masculine energy that was given to them by masculines misperceiving feminine, right? Like I keep on hearing, this is what's so hard about it. I've got masculine energy literally trying to shed like centuries and centuries of energy that tried to articulate that in order to effectively facilitate a healthy connection with feminine, you could not be yourself, is what I keep on seeing. Like, and the modality of understanding, and this is what we talk about, and this is what we talk about the modality of being. It's not just enough to be the self, it's to be a self that one feels is an honor to carry, is what we see, right? and this is what I feel like this is something that I always see in the masculine like area, and it's not like I feel like I don't know, understand why it's let's explain it a little bit. So here, okay, I feel like masculine is not recognizing the difference between, it's not like, I feel like masculine often goes through these modalities of identifying and saying, somebody articulates, they want me to be myself, and then they get mad when I am myself. And this is how you fix that, okay? Because when we articulate, it's a 2-part system, all right? And this is what we mean about, like, this is what we talk about with a healthy ego. When you're in a healthy egoic space, you get to be yourself all the time, like literally all the time. It's really great, as long as that version of your authentic self is one that you would be proud, that you're proud to carry, right? Like that's all it takes, right? And this is why we articulate upon the journey of being the self, but then being a self that you feel eager for others to see, right? It's a 2-part. it's 2 parts. It's not, they correlate very elegantly, right? You have to just think about it. Like, I like to think about it. And this, like, again, when you think of the ego like a suit, right? You want that suit to be sharp. You want that suit to have streamline. You want it to look exactly. You want it to fit the thing within it. And when you're in that modality, that's what it means to have a healthy ego. Someone's like, look at the ego on that one, right? Because it's the ego. It's like, it's the and they go, look, I like beyond the ego, same inside. Absolutely same. Actually more. There's more in there, right? There's more. It's very much the same the whole way through, right? It builds into that space by which we feel that celebration point, because that is what we mean. Like, that is the journey, right? Like, that is the journey into ideal personhood. It's having the outside that matches the inside. It's having the self, right? Imagine, I would like to present to you a world that you can be yourself, as long as that self is one that you're energetically proud of. That doesn't mean being yourself, doesn't mean doing anything you want. It means doing the things of the person that you aspire to be, right? That's what it means to honor to honor the self. You can be yourself and you can honor yourself. And then it becomes energetically amazing because you're going around and you're honoring yourself in everything and you're being more of yourself at every moment. And so this is, I feel like, a lot of the masculine that's working into the context of building into the identification point of identifying and recognizing, like, this is why we talk about not externalizing that perception of this self, right? Not looking and being like, I want to be like them. No, you don't. Be like you. Be like you, right? Why would you want to be like them? Be like you. Be the person that you can see in the mirror and that you feel energetically proud of. And so that modality of working through, like letting go of a lot of perceptions, letting go of a lot of energy, being like, you know what you should do? You know what you should do? You know what you do? You know what I mean? A lot of that advice, like coming from others that articulate and try to say, like, I know, listen to me. I know what's good for you. Be good for yourself. This is what we mean. And this is why you misunderstand. To thine own self be true does not mean just do stuff for yourself. It means be your most beautiful, honest version of self. Allow the truth of yourself to shine through everything you do and everything around you. It doesn't mean just look out for you. It means become the truest version of who you could energetically be. Be that person that others say, wow, I want to be that person. I want to aspire to become like them. That is what it means. And I see that a lot of the masculine working through that is letting go of being like, I want to be like them. Forget them. Forget them. Be you, is what I keep on seeing. And this is a lot of the masculine that's working through that right now, but it's heavy, right? There's a lot of potential pain there as it relates to navigating through those modalities or journeys. For feminine right now, we've got here 3 cards for feminine, and we're going to be utilizing for feminine right now. We're also going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Nouveau for feminine energy under unconscious. We've got here the Hierophant in its upright, the 10 of Swords, of Wands in its reversal, and we have here the Judgment card in its upright. And this is what I keep on seeing. Like, I feel like there's something really important there in relationality to feminine, like working into the context of like being within the feminine energy. And I keep on, and I need to stress this because I just want to show you this. We've actually got here, like, look, we've got double Judgment card, right? We've got double Judgment card in the context of the feminine energy right now, right? And it's like, it's literally aligned, like heart space and unconscious space. And why are we seeing that modality of experience of working through the feminine, like heart and unconscious space? Because this is the feminine that is also working out, right? The resolving and clearing away. When you're trying to build a pathwork of purpose, get ready to be judged, right? Get ready to be judged by everyone and everything and everyone. Be ready for energy to always articulate the fact that you're going the wrong way, right? Perpetually, and like, if you want to build into purpose, you have to get ready with navigating others' judgment, right? Because you have to understand, and we're going to talk about this again. What do we see that happens in the space by which we're navigating projection? When somebody is being energetically passive-aggressive, they're effectively unhealed because they're not effectively communicating how they're feeling, or they're feeling energetically twisted up about something, and they're just trying to put that negativity out into the world. So in the modality by which we're building into purpose is the space by which we use our words, which is articulating if there's something wrong. The way that we fix something that is pure of heart, that is energetically wrong, is to energetically talk about it. Our words are blessed because in the modality by which we feel wrongness and we can express it, we can articulate how to effectively, reasonably affix it, or to assess it, or to change it. So I see that for a lot of the energy, this is the feminine that's working into the context of saying, honoring the emotions, right? Honoring the emotions, which are the emotions, the way we honor our emotions is we discern the direction of the discernment energy, right? Emotions help us discern. They don't fix things, they discern things. So this is a feminine that articulates and says, I utilize my emotions to discern where I find sanctuary, where I feel energetically appreciated, And I utilize the context of the point of judgment, right? The determination of understanding that when I'm in the context of expressing my emotions, I have to be ready to recognize the modality by which, when you're working towards a manifestation, right, you're going to have to prepare for energetic disappointment, right? The modality by which you express the emotions, and then you see, right? You express the emotions and then you wait to see how another person experiences them. And when we recognize and understand that, when we build into that, we understand how important and valuable and powerful our emotions are, because our emotions expressed become our shield, because they show us where where we are well treated. They show us where we're energetically needed. They show us the locationality by which we feel that we are being held in a point of honor. As long as, right? As long as, and this is a key point, as long as what we are expressing is reasonable. That's why we have to make sure that our emotions have healthy directions attached to them. So we see that for a lot of the energy, doing that work, facilitating upon that, experiencing and expressing and working through that energetic rationality, I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is building into stabilization with rationalization to help discern what relationships feel like they are energetically productive, which is being able to see progress that occurs in the experience of communicating upon such experiences versus working through the modality of the energetic disappointment when we often feel wherein we feel that our emotions are not being carried with the same degree or level of honor. So we got that a lot, and that's the energy. And I feel like it's beautiful because this is a lot of energy of feminine that is working on the space of identifying the personal responsibility, right? We become ourselves completely. We become deep into our feminine when we express our emotions in a healthy way, because that creates the ability of, again, counterpart to feel like they can come towards us in such a way that the emotions allow us to make something even more unified in the space by which we, even if we go through something difficult, right? Like the modality by which we express the emotions allow the context by which we can build a deeper fabric in terms of what it is that we're trying to create. So everything I keep on seeing there for a lot of the feminine energy is working upon that. And even in the context by which they're working through it is allowing the space by which they're building into, like working on to that point of discernment. While for non-binary energy right now, unconscious of non-binary, we're going to be utilizing the Aquarian Tarot. Can I get 3 cards? Oh, no, apologies. We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck, please. We've got here the Ace of Cups in its upright. Oh my gosh. We've got 3 Ace of Cups right now in the non-binary reading. We've got the Strength card in its upright. And we also have the Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. And so I feel like something that we're identifying that is energetically important um, has to do, it has to do with a lot of the modality, or it's a lot of the energy that we see that is working through, how do I describe this best? It's working into the context of building into the space of working into our own, like our own, like I feel like it's hard because often this energy feels um, feels like they often are in the context of being able to have to effectively replenish their own cup is what I keep on getting. And that's what I keep on seeing is somewhat is difficult in that modality or experience. Like I've got a lot of this energy. That's why I keep on seeing that there's so much cup energy in the context of this reading, because it's the energy that is learned, right? It's the energy that's learned to replenish their own cup, but it's painful because it feels like they've had to do so, right? Like it's the energy, like I keep on getting like this is where a lot of that like that's where a lot of that feeling comes from that I keep on identifying, because the ability to replenish one's own cup is something that is I feel like a lot of that energy had to be in that space due to being like coming through a lot of energetic trauma. And a lot of that modality by which they work into the context of replenishing their own cup, or working into the space of trying to, and I feel like what's beautiful about that is often the space by which they're trying to replenish their cup is often the space by which they're also working to try to replenish the cups of others, right? But it's very painful when you're in those modalities or experiences by which you're putting a lot of conscientious effort in trying not only to replenish like others' cups in the space of replenishing their own, because they build into a lot of empathy and relationality to trying to harmonize upon the joy around them. But often the modality by which I feel like it's often the modality by which the energy feels like they have to replenish everyone's cup and then they have to replenish their own, right? It's the modality by which they often feel, like I told you, the first goes last, because it's a modality. It's actually the understanding that the person that's going forward and doing those things is often the one that is not always the one being taken into consideration in modalities or experiences in that way. So we see that for a lot of the energy, like working into that space is a lot of the energy that effectively, I keep on hearing like this type of energy right now. It's like I keep on getting it's very much like kind of head down into the storm kind of modality, right? Like a lot of that energy works through things, even in the space by which they're doing the energetic best they can, while also potentially often recognizing that even as they're trying to do the best they can, there'll be someone in some modality or experience that works into the space of trying to articulate the fact that they're disappointed, right? And I keep on hearing this for a lot of that energy that says, you know, recognize they can't see the exquisite vision that you hold, right? Recognize that they can't see the exquisite vision that you hold. And so that ability to be able to articulate upon the architecture of what it is that you energetically envision, right? I feel like for a lot of the energy doing that work, trust that energetic vision, and recognize that you're not necessarily alone in doing so, and don't allow the ability of others' judgment on you as you're trying to build into that empathetic vision to distort your own perception of yourself as you continue forward in that way. Because I keep on getting that for a lot of those relationships, the ability of counterpart to be protective. I keep wondering, like being energetically protective on another's vision is what is effectively allowing the context by which they're able to work through healing as they're navigating a lot of others' false perceptions of them. Moving into the bottom of the deck messages for today's reading. Bottom of the deck for masculine right now, we have the Four of Swords in its reversal. So for a lot of that energy, what we're effectively seeing is, and I kind of keep on getting this, for a lot of the like masculine energy doing that work, I keep on getting, and bearing again in mind, this isn't based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is working really hard. Like I feel like this has a lot to do with working into the context of trying to let go of the past, because I feel like for a lot of the energy kind of working into that modality or experience by which they're trying to, I keep on getting, I feel like the message is coming through is building a better day, right? And when we're working into the space of building a better day, it's not allowing the space by which we could do something better to effectively and like make us feel energetically low, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like that's a lot of the masculine that's working into the space of understanding that the journey of the self is demarcated by being able to recognize one's own path and progress. But what's hard about a path of progress is the space by which we understand that progress often works through the recognition of understanding of something that we couldn't see, or something that we didn't understand, or something that we didn't energetically recognize. And I feel like this is a lot of the masculine that's trying to get better at recognizing their own blind spots, is what I keep on seeing, right? because I keep on hearing that for a lot of the masculine energy, recognizing, and this is what happens often with masculine, that the space by which we articulate upon not meaning to is the space by which we understand, like, that is when we say we didn't mean to, what we're really saying is I wasn't conscious of it, right? And so the ability of coming into content, like, that's why we have to recognize that I didn't mean to should always say, this is what I'm going to do better, because it's the modality of understanding. Apologies are not shaped by articulating that one did not mean to. Apologies or healing is shaped by saying, this is how I'm going to improve upon something, right? The ability to effectively articulate what that coming into consciousness point is. And this is what we talk about. A true apology is coming into consciousness, right? It's not enough. And this is why we talk about the blank state of saying sorry heals nothing, because we have to disambiguate the difference between asking for clemency and a true apology. What is asking for clemency? Asking for clemency is the space by which you say, I'm sorry you have to put up with that. No, it's not going to change. No, I'm going to keep doing this forever. I feel really bad that you have to navigate that. That's not an apology. That's asking for clemency. That's saying get used to clemency, climate, get used to it, right? So this is the masculine that's learning to disambiguate between an apology and clemency, and understanding that clemency is not an apology. That to say, I'm sorry, meaning I'm sorry you have to put up with that, that is clemency. An apology is a course of action. It's coming into consciousness. It's the ability to articulate to another and say, I recognize that there was something I was doing that was energetically hurting you, that I did not see. And my modality, we put a bond, right? We set a bond on our apology. And the bond, our apologies are bonded when we articulate and say, this is what I'm going to do to make sure that one never has to experience that again. So I feel like for a lot of the energy, that's what we talk about in relationality to being the self, but being the best self. Because when we're being ourself and we become our better self, we're coming into consciousness about ourselves. So when we're coming into consciousness about ourselves, we're building the bonds of a better person that we aspire to be every day. And that doesn't mean that we have to be energetically perfect, but we hold true to the bonds that we set ourselves to. And that is the architecture of being able to be someone with integrity. While for feminine energy, we see that with the feminine energy, bottom of the deck on that, we've got, and I'm going to be utilizing the Tarot of the Nouveau, right? This is feminine who's been healed, has been hurt by counterparts that have not been good bondsmen, right? This is the feminine recognizing or experiencing experiences where which the feminine had to go through modalities. And this is what happens, right? When feminine is in a space by which they're constantly having an apology received to them, they're recognizing that they're actually receiving clemency, right? An apology given more than once is someone saying, I'm not honoring the bond that I kept in terms of articulating the change that I would make on something that was hurting you. So the modality of the feminine working into the context of having been wounded is why we recognize that the feminine is honoring their emotions by being able to recognize and identify progress and counterpart. Because it's okay, right? It's the fact that it's all right for others to make mistakes. It's okay for others to come into those modalities by which they need to do something in a better way. But the architecture by which we recognize if we're being honored is if those who hold bonds towards us honor those bonds that are chafed and crafted by the change or the adaptability of their energetic state, right? The space by which we work or resolve to do something energetically better. So we've got a lot of the energy that is facilitating and building upon that work. And it's not easy, right? Because this is the feminine that's coming into the reality of understanding that you can put all the power of emotions into something, but emotions do not fix broken things, right? The responsibility of feminine to put emotions into things that are energetically broken is often the architecture of something that is not healing, because that is the space by which when we put our emotions into something that is perpetually broken, we're effectively condoning things. So our modality to be able to energetically articulate upon the discernment in terms of what feels like it has the ability to change helps us to navigate what it is that we're putting our efforts in that feels like it's productive and promising versus those modalities or experiences that feel like they're amplification points of our own energetic frustration. But that only works, right, if we're not passive aggressive. That only works if we utilize and articulate upon what it is that we're asking for. Ask and you shall receive. While for masculine, for non-binary energy right now, bottom of the deck, Three of Pentacles in its upright. I feel like a lot of the Three of Pentacles in its upright is a lot of the non-binary energy kind of perpetually feeling like one is in hermit mode. And a lot of, like, it has to do with the cup filling, right? Like the modality by which the energy, the modality by which the energy is often working so hard to effectively fill the cups of others. Like there's nothing more painful than when you're working tenaciously to fill the cups of others. Another person says, look at that individual being so selfish in the modality of trying to do something in the best way possible, right? Like this is the energy that experiences that time and time and time again, right? That's what I mean in terms of the energy often feeling like this is why we can't have nice things, because the shape of projection is reading malintention into anything. And so when you're going into the space of navigating the fact that you're often feeling like you are the force of others' unhealed parts, and even in the space by which you're trying to facilitate doing something as well as one possibly can, and potentially for all those around you, but even in the modality by which you could be doing everything in that way, and someone will articulate or say or try to articulate the fact that you're not putting enough concern towards them. This is a lot of the energy. Like I feel like this is the energy that constantly is working on building. Like this is energy that's constantly working on building the fabric of a better world. But if we want to build the fabric of a better world, it's the understanding that we have to understand that we have to get over ourselves, right? It's not about us. So that modality, but often we have to step forward and become more of ourselves in order to do something that's not about us, right? I know it's hard, but those that don't understand that will see another person completely centered in self, which is that combination, right? It's not about ourselves, but in order to do something profound, we have to step more into ourselves than we ever have before. But there are those who will misinterpret that and say that that is energetically selfish. This is the energy that understands the difference between doing something for the self or doing something that feels like a divine act for all of those that they care about. And so I feel like that's the modality of the energy that just works through that and often feels the energetic pain of being misperceived, even in the space by which they're working tenaciously to exist in a way that is a gift or benefit to all of those around them. And that's why I keep on seeing that is the energy that holds, like, is very careful in relationality to who they hold close to them, but also builds into that space of energetic discernment in relationality to what it is they're trying to build in a better way. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone who attended our recent class on the World card. Our next class will be held on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the sword court cards. We'll be focusing on studying the court cards. It'll be our first court card class, and we'll be starting with the suite of swords. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your monthly paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our classes each and every month. As a monthly subscriber, you'll have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you guys an update on everything we've studied thus far. But if you wanted to catch up, now is the perfect time to join, as you'll have a good chunk of time between now and the next class to be able to take any of those classes that you would like to take. You'll also have access if you become a founding member. Not only will you have access to the over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, but you'll also have access to the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber, one of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience affect you, stop you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or opportunities that I'm hosting. I also post there my mystic meditation articles, which give you an update on everything that we've been seeing energetically in the cards bi-monthly. I just wrote one recently on this new moon energy that we experienced. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life, I also would like to invite you to a very special retreat that we'll be hosting this August. I'd like to invite you to join me in Italy as we study the tarot in the location by which the tarot was first documented to be discovered, sharpening our tarot skills and learning more about the culture on the way. Anyone who becomes a part of that retreat will not only be getting one-on-one personal classes with me during the retreat, but will also have the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. And if you sign up this month, you will also receive a $200 discount on that retreat program. You can find all of that information over on my stack. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings right now. Congratulations to Bridget. You got our highest gifter today, and you will be the first person that we'll be reading for. And if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps. And as also, please keep in mind, we are at 21.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Excellent. And thank you for the follow, Big T. Hi there, Per. Good to see you today. You're so welcome, Ava. You got it. You did get it, Nikki. Congratulations. And thank you, Bridget, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. We are doing personals today, Per. Excellent. And how are you doing today, Lakey? Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Universe is like you're choking me. Exactly. It's exactly like that, Nikki. It's like it's a lot of help me, help you kind of energy. You're so welcome, Unique. Opposite is right. Thank you. Thank you for the heart me's, Lucas. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Guys, make sure to give channeling a follow as well. Beautiful reader. Yes, exactly, Bridget. I wish I could work on myself, but I'm so tired. Sending you support, Per. We're like, yes, yes, no, exactly. I was thinking the same thing, Bridget. I was like, yes, yes. That's exactly this energy. It is. It's like, yes, yes, no. It's like the biggest no. Sigh. All right, where are we? Just let's hold on a minute. Yeah, I know, it is. It's double aces followed by the 9 of swords. So close. Perfect example of that person coming in. Yeah. Thank you, Com, for the compliment on the mic. I hope you're doing well too, dear. Good to see you. This is so on point. Thank you, Ivy. Julia, literally my feminine side wants to just sit pretty for a moment, but darn it, exactly. Hi there, how are you doing, Desi? Nobody, I was not born to clean up your mess, exactly. Oh, sending you support, Julia. Yes, courage and bravery. Going first is painful but necessary. Tap to claim. Masa, grand rising. And Deb, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, dear. I barely know her. It's okay. I like it. I got it. I got it, Lucas. Good to see you today. And Glam, thank you for those gifts. Thank you for the follow as well, Jen. Yes, and thank you for those gifts. Thank you for the heart me's, Jen. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your one card, please. How you doing today, B? And thank you for sharing the live, lady. Oh, I'm so glad it's stabilized, Minnie. How are you doing today, Jonah? Hi there, Yee. Oh, you literally just pulled the Ace of Cups. This is wild. I can't believe we got three Ace of Cups in the non-binary read, which is wild. Stony, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the compliment. Thank you. I appreciate that. Bridget, can I get on the list from the highest gifter from Friday? You absolutely can. You've got 2 readings coming to you. You said Friday? Oh, you mean Thursday, correct? Thank you for those roses, Hardy. Lily, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list is open. You're so welcome, user 288. You're welcome, Bridget. Hi there, Jen. Oh, you're so welcome, dear. I appreciate you too. I'm literally doing live tarot right now, Cozy. You're witnessing it. Oh, that's amazing, Desi. Enjoy. To get a reading, Ashley, all you do is send the donation payment and you'll be added to the list. We just finished the collective avatar. All right. We just finished the collective read, Rose. All right, we're going to continue right now on the personal readings. If you would like to get on the list for today for a personal reading, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. First person we are reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purpose of our reads, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. And you can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. Oh, you got on the list as well, Per. Thank you for letting me know. And if anybody else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. Excellent. And we're doing a dream. Margot, thank you for the follow. All right, one moment, please. I just need to pull up the disco. Just a reminder to anybody who would like a dream interpretation or past life reading, if you have information that you feel is relevant for our readings, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. And you can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. And I've got Bridget's question here. We're doing a dream interpretation. I'm getting out the dream coconut. We've got a dream coconut. It's a work in progress. All right, before we continue right now, I got you, Per. All right, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was the blackbird. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And for anyone asking, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and Mylayo, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. pregnancy, and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Just bear with me a moment, and I'll post that here. You can also get on the list today with the gift of a baby dragon, for those who are more inclined to give gifts. And there we go. And thank you as well. Oh, thank you, Avatar. I do my best. And thank you, Readings, for the follow as well. Ashley, the donation is $29 for non-subscribers. Okay. I've got here. All right. Dream interpretation. Outside tea. I'm in a room with my ex from a long time ago. We're talking and catching up. He looks good, like he's really taking care of himself. As I feel into him, I realize I'm seeing him in his highest form, and it's truly remarkable to see. And then his sister is there, and she also looks to be in her highest form. As I'm talking to them both, I feel my ex's son enter the room. I turn to look at him, and it's like a reunion I haven't ever experienced before. The last time I saw him, he was only 10 years old, and now he's a grown man. He's so handsome, and I'm so overwhelmed with pride. Even as I recall this, I'm bursting with it. I hug him so tightly. I touch his face and his hair, almost like he's going to disappear right in front of me. He looks wonderful. We all take a seat, and I'm still holding his hands as I ask him how he's been. I say, tell me everything. What is new? I hear his aunt and my ex's sister say we just went to Italy, and I say jokingly, Italy is old. It's been around forever. Tell me something new. As they laugh, I feel a pull. Something has gained my attention, and I know I have to leave, but before I can say goodbye, I'm already gone. 4 cards, please. And it's a dream. It's a dream related to karmic closure. You know, I have to stress this. I feel like there's a lot of misconceptions in relationality to what it means to come into a karmic closure point. And we've got this like very distorted opinion that karma is the identification of some kind of retribution quality. You know, I feel like we often see that word thrown around in the space of someone being like eagerly happy, being like, oh, they're getting their karma. That's not how karma works, right? Karma, the ability to close karma is the modality of being able to make peace with an energetic cycle. And often, and one of the things that we really need to shed is this perception of having delight, right? That when you're in the modality of having delight in seeing another person suffering, you are never deeper in your karma, right? You are never deeper in your karma than when you yourself are seeing something and it delights, and you derive delight in seeing someone in energetic pain. And it's often that it's really ridiculous, because you'll often see people who will identify or try to say that they're spiritual, and then they'll try to be like, oh, look at them getting their karma. Like, that is someone that is not spiritually focused. They're actually deep in their karma, because if they're still in the space by which you're like, it makes me feel delighted to see that energy suffering, right? Never are you more in the jaws of karma than when you're articulating the fact that you're deriving pleasure from seeing another person in pain. So this is effectively articulating upon the fact that you've reached a karmic closure cycle. And what do we see that's happening in that beautiful instance of a karmic cycle coming into a closure point? You recognize and experience seeing those figures in their highest version of self. You identify and recognize, it's very clear. You say you identify and recognize that not only are you speaking to this individual that you used to have a relationship with, but they look like they're doing great and it doesn't bother you. In fact, you're reaching for your joy. You could not be happier for them. The ability to see them and to recognize and identify that. Now, and I want to stress this because this is really important. If in the context by which this isn't necessarily, and I want to really put a very strong caveat on this, the modality that one needs to reach this level is not necessary if somebody has caused us pain, right? And that's why we see, like, I would not be surprised, right? If there was a situation or circumstance by which somebody, like if someone has energetically violated us in some fashion, this is sometimes an impossibility, right? Because it's the modality by which we work through the pain that we've experienced by another person. And the modality by which, so I want to kind of preface that because I don't want somebody who has experienced trauma from another to feel like they need to reach this point in order to come into karmic closure. But for you, right, this is the guides that are presenting it to you to see if it is something that is energetically attainable, right? Because it's the modality by which you observed and you feel the amplification of joy in the modality and the capacity of seeing someone that feels like they're you feel that expansion of love for them. You're glad to see them in a good place. And not only that, you see that the connection to their sister being there, and they also look to be good and also in their highest form. And you said you were talking to them and you felt that your ex's child also entered the room. And you turned to look at them and you said, it looks like, and this is what's beautiful about it, you say, it feels like a reunion you haven't ever experienced before. Now, the reason I articulate that is I'd be very curious if you have any connection to this child, because the modality by which you identify that almost speaks to the fact that you don't necessarily have one. But the space by which, and I want to describe this, the space by which you're seeing an energetic connection, right? What you're basically identifying is what your desired manifestation goal would potentially be with this person, which is the modality by which you would be able to see them and it wouldn't hurt anymore. That would then allow the ability to be able to have them in your life in some way, but in a way that feels like it is positive and nourishing as opposed to painful. And so what's beautiful about this is a guide showing you the difference between what is your responsibility of work in terms of what you can change versus what it is that you yourself are receiving from another person. And what's beautiful about this is it is the sign that, like, this is a sign from the guides that your karmic burden in relationality to this experience is in a good place, right? It's not the modality by which you see something here and you're hoping for something to be resolved in a negative fashion. This is almost showing you the true space of your heart by which you're deeply invested in seeing someone living their best life, right? The hard part about that is understanding that we sometimes can't reach that point because, again, and the guides are kind of showing this here, they're showing you the qualities and traits that you would have to see espoused in this person in order for that to be possible, right? The modality by which you recognize and experience them. And even in the space, and the reason that we see that that is something that feels like it would be possible is the space that not only do you feel like it would be good to have a connection with them, but it would make the connections around them be something that you can also continue to navigate, right? So we've got a lot of that energetic love there, and the source of that love being articulated in the fact that in the dream space, you're seeing that it's possible, at least from your perspective of things. And you stated in the dream that everyone looked wonderful and you were bursting with joy. And you said you were holding hands and you asked them how they have been. And you said, tell me everything, right? And I need to point this out. I want to bring something to your attention. I would be very surprised. I would not be surprised if you told me that this individual actually does not have a 10-year-old child. Because the child that we see in this dream space is them, right? What you're basically seeing is what would be required in order to be able to facilitate a healthy relationship with this person. And the guides are basically showing you that not only it would require them to heal their inner child in order to be able to facilitate a healthy relationship with you. So it's a modality by which there's a double juxtaposition there that's happening in the figure of that individual, and also your investiture in saying, how are you, right? Because the conditioning quality by which we like work towards the raising of our children is often like amplified in terms of how well we've healed our own inner child. So I see that there's something double proportional in the relationality to you seeing them, but being so invested and interested in the space of saying, tell me how you've been, right? Because not only are you communicating with their child, but you're communicating with their inner child, saying, how are you doing, right? The part of them that you desired to care for. Now you identified the fact that you said you're taking seats and you're holding hands, and you asked them to tell you everything. And then you heard them articulating upon the fact that they went on a trip. And you said that they were articulating that they went to Italy, and you said jokingly that Italy is old, it's been around forever. Tell me something new, right? And so this is the observation of the fact that when you said to them, tell me where you've been, you weren't talking about a destination, right? You weren't in the context of saying, I don't care where you've been. I mean, where have you been? What has happened, right? How did you get here? How did you get to where, you're asking them for directions, right? You're sitting down with their higher self and you're saying, tell me how you've been, because that's you saying, tell me what energetically occurred, right? You're almost like talking to their ideal future form and saying, tell me what energetically occurred that created this transformation, which is why you got really frustrated when they started talking about Italy, because you're like, no, I don't care about where you've been. I need to know where you've been. I need to know what happened. Tell me everything that happened, not where you've been, where you've been. And so you said as they laugh, you feel a pull. Something has gained your attention, and I know I have to leave, but before I say goodbye, I'm already gone. The pull you felt was your destiny. The pull you felt, the reason that you felt that tug and you couldn't see it, is that was your destiny, pulling you away from that experience, right? The modality and the experience of saying, like, and I want to point this out, like the guide, like it feels like the guide of destiny pulling you away, because it's the space by which one says, and I want to point this out, the space that something can be perceived or dreamed is the space by which we recognize that it's possible, right? And the architecture by which you identified or recognized that is something that you're working towards. The guides were effectively showing you that, to show you your responsibility and what you can change versus what is outside of your purview, right? And this is what we talk about when we talk about building a healthy destiny, because the modality by which one articulates, this is the guide saying, you're doing everything you can for that energy, even if you're not in connection with them. See how much you are helping to facilitate that being possible, because you are effectively rooting for it, right? You are supportive of it. You love to see it. And so the guides are effectively helping you with that, to help you recognize that anything, and that's why you couldn't hear what they had to say, right? The reason when you said, tell me, right? Tell me what you did, was the modality of you wanting to help them with it, right? You were trying to lean in and say, what can I do to help be supportive of you more on this? Because you were going to go, like, you're going to start to try to do that in the present context. And that's why your guide, the guide of destiny, said, nope, 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 that's not, and that's what I meant about it being karmic closure, because that was the guide saying what they need to do to get there. You're doing everything in your power for that to happen. Your presence is not necessary because the love that you feel for them, even from a distance, is helping to facilitate that work, right? You're, even if you're not in their presence, the fact that you're feeling that, the fact that you wish that for them, that you love that for them, is you putting that effort of love into the energetic ether. It's the ability to identify it that's allowing the shape, the energy, like you being pulled away, going, you're already doing it. Like that's your portion. Let them handle theirs. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's hard, right? Particularly with the Five of Wands. The Five of Wands speaks to us about the veracity of our intention, right? And so what we love about this is the veracity of your love is the space by which, even in the context of the dream, you were trying to find out where they've been to see if there was something you could do to help facilitate them getting there. And the guides are almost articulating and saying, you're doing enough, right? Your presence, like your energetic presence, isn't necessary. Like your ability to just, like I keep wondering, like your ability to just stay energetically grounded and your ability to just kind of maintain or work upon that sense of healthy focus, right? Like that is a continuation that we almost see of the energy articulating, saying you are effectively doing everything you can do to allow that to become an energetic reality. Now that is the sound of karmic closure. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hold on a moment. And Stormy, thank you for the follow. One moment. I know it is a beautiful reunion. Italy is old. Tell me something new is such a bar, but that's what they were. That's what was happening in the dream space. Old being like, I don't want to know, like I don't want to know where you've been. I want to know where you've been. I want to know what you did that got you here, right? That's what they. That's why they articulated. That's what they meant by old, being like, I don't like that's old. I don't want. I don't need to know that. I need to know what changed. Absolutely. I've always prayed for my exes. It was very hard leaving, more so than my ex because of the child connection. And Stormy, thank you for the follow. Oh, that's so difficult, Bridget. I truly miss him. And the last time you were there was 4 to 10. Yes. Yeah, and at the high school, you reached out to the ex to congratulate. But that's what I keep on getting in relationality to like working into the context of healthy healing. Like this is your manifestation goal in hoping that there's a time that that can happen where it won't hurt to see them and you could be able to facilitate or foster a healthy relationship. Lucy, thank you for the follow. I also asked if their son still remembered me, and my ex said, of course he remembers you. Oh, that's beautiful. 1144, Lucy, tap to claim. Yep, you were a mom. You were the mom you never had. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, and they are, okay, thank you for confirming. Yeah, Destiny is calling. And TC, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Exactly. I had so much love for my ex's fam. Definitely was sad about that over the breakup. It's painful, right? And this is what's so beautiful about that dream, the fact that we saw that their soul family was there too. It's a validation of my energetic work with sending them prayers and love. That's beautiful. You're so welcome, Bridget. Hi there. How you doing, neighbor? I don't know what's going on in the dream space lately, but I'm able to remember them, so I'm glad I could. That's wonderful. Yes, if you have to, Ava, I'm happy to honor the 1 card if you have to go. I love that experiencing closure in the dream space. I wish it was better, a bigger person. I mean, listen, I need to stress this, and this one I need to articulate. That's what I was trying to say in the space of doing that dream interpretation. There are some modalities, like if somebody if we are in need of an energetic apology, if someone has done something to us that feels like it is energetically painful, I need to stress it is not, you cannot punish yourself if that is a bar that you cannot reach with another person. And this is the shape, like the fact that Bridget's dreaming about this is helping her say, is helping her recognize that not only is it possible, it's possible because she already feels that way. So I just want to stress, I don't want you to feel like anyone receiving this who is going through the grief of painful separation from another, by which something has happened that feels like it's not able to be recovered from. This isn't something that you yourself need to feel like you need to reach in order to find healing. Healing comes in many different forms. Yeah, absolutely. And Galaxy, thank you for the follow. All right. And thank you again, thank you again, Bridget, for sharing that dream with me. And excellent. May I have, hold on, one card on how they feel about the situation? I feel like I see somebody that's, I just keep on hearing recovery. Like I feel like I've got some kind of energy that feels like an amplification of remorse on something. Um, like it feels like somebody who thinks that, who feels like they were very clumsy about something. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like it feels like it feels like someone trying to like lift their own spirits around something. Like it's hard not to dwell is what I keep on getting. You know, like it's a lot of like, it's a lot of that energetic heaviness is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Oh, we got two. Yeah, like I'm not sure what happened here, but like it almost like it's giving me, like it's giving me the type of energy of like someone who recognizes that they were being thoughtless about something is what I keep on seeing, you know? I think that is important though, because like I feel like it's almost like, I feel like it's somebody who's like working through like some kind of missed connection is what I'm getting, you know? Like I don't know why. I keep on feeling like, I feel like I see somebody that's like helping someone through a grieving process, if that makes sense. You know, like it's giving me the sense of someone who feels like they're being pulled in many different directions. Thank you so much, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. You're welcome, Eva. I appreciate you as well. I'm on very good terms with my exes, but not praying for them. That's okay. That's what I mean. It's okay. Hi there, Lena. How are you doing today? And thank you for sharing the live, Lucas. Deeply appreciate you. Yep. You can call me Saint P. I like that. You're welcome, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. 3 cards. Thank you. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on this app: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. I got you, dear, and thank you for letting me know where it is. And just a reminder for anyone joining us, we are doing here highest priority messages from spirit, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channel. All right. So I got you. Partially inside, partially outside. Okay. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. We're also at 18K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right, partially inside, outside tea. Hold on, dream interpretation, coconut. I'm going to keep it up because I enjoy doing it. I don't need to explain it. It doesn't have to make sense to anyone but me. All right, where are we? Okay, dream interpretation. I couldn't help myself. All right, partially. Okay, let me pin up per here. Okay, partially inside tea. I got you. Here's the dream. I was in a convention center. To be completely honest, I don't really know what I was doing there. In one of the halls, I heard you, I'll be calling me, giving a very urgent lecture or reading for someone. It sounded very serious and urgent as well. There was a reference to the tarot card, the Devil. It was a warning for someone. I was impressed, but I continued to stroll around in the building, minding my own business. At some point, someone was trying to sedate me. I don't remember the act. I just saw the bottle of rosé wine standing on the table disguised as a whiskey bottle and understood what was happening. My so-called brother, I don't have a brother in real life, jumped onto my back. I couldn't see them. And while I tried to shake the brother off my back, I heard someone shouting loudly in my head, "Help, help." So I ran back to the hall to find the teacher I had heard previously, hoping to find her and pass on the message and try to help. It was very urgent, but the hall where they were reading earlier was empty, and I was terrified that I couldn't find the person that I was seeking. At the same time, I was still trying to get my brother off my back by pouring the bottle of wine I saw earlier over him, by emptying it behind my shoulders. Suddenly, I was launched from the dream into the waking state due to an unpleasant sensation in the middle of my spine. It took me a couple of minutes to process the dream in the waking state. 4 cards, please. So the dream is effectively helping to work through the idea, like, how do I describe this best? So it's interesting that we start the dream in what you describe as a convention center, because the thing you have to understand is that when we often see locationality in dream spaces, it's working into the context of the self. But a convention center would effectively be a space that is it's an open forum, as it were. So we see the modality by which you're applying the work of the self in relationality to the experience of navigating the space of others around the self. And the hard part that we understand, and this is what's so difficult about being on a healthy spiritual journey. Not everybody's on the same journey as we are, right? Like that's the hard part with being in the space of being well intentioned. We don't know what others' intentions are. And the hard part about it is that we have to operate in a space. Like the only way that we can build trust is that we have to build into the space of recognizing or identifying the well intentions of others, unless the modality of another person proves otherwise, right? And this is effectively the space by which you identified a teacher trying to communicate a message that felt like it was really energetically important, and specifically in relationality to the connection of the devil card. Because the devil card is a card that relates to immediately to fixations. And what happens? What happens when we're energetically overly fixated upon things? When we're overly fixated upon things, we hurt others in the process because we're not being energetically empathetic upon how another person may feel about something. So that's why we see that you're identifying, like you're in the space, like the guides are effectively showing you the modality by which you're experiencing the reading. So the first part of that reading is basically the energetic lecture that your guides were giving you in relationality to saying it's not enough, right? It's not enough to just move towards something with well intentions, but to utilize the energetic discernment point as it relates to navigating others. And you said you were impressed, but you continued to stroll around the building, minding your own business, because that is minding your own business is operating in a state of bliss. So we have the modality by which we recognize that you're doing all the things that you can do on your healthy spiritual journey. You're minding your own business. You're operating in a state of bliss, right? And now we're going to see the lecture that you were receiving about the devil card coming into form, right? At some point, you said somebody was trying to sedate you. Wait, what? You don't remember the act. You just saw the bottle of rosé wine standing on the table disguised as a whiskey bottle and understood what was happening, right? So here comes that discernment, right? Trying to operate from a state of bliss, trying to just mind your own business. And here you go. You see something that is clearly energetically wicked, right? And why is it energetically wicked? Because it's somebody trying to put their force of intention on you without their energetic consent. So the modality by which you recognize that something amiss is occurring is the space by which, and I want to point out, it's very interesting that you described that you saw a bottle of rosé wine standing on a table disguised as a whiskey bottle and understood what was happening, because that is the conversation of what you're worried about, right? So what do you see there? A rosé bottle disguised as a whiskey bottle. We talk about the fact that when we're in a healthy space, our ego matches our inner soul, right? What's inside and outside are energetically the same. So what are you effectively afraid of? You're afraid of, and this is what happens when you're in the healthy context of spirituality or the journey of the self. You can do everything you can. You can do everything possible to be your authentic version of self, to move in a space of healthy intention. You can never be energetically, like the space by which we have to recognize and hold that form, while also understanding that there are those that don't care about doing that work, right? That are more in the space of serving solely the attention of the self, that are more in the space of only operating from the point of their own needs. That would be the description of, right? That is the description of the rosé wine disguised as a whiskey bottle. Because what is that the symbol of? Somebody trying to lull you into a false sense of security, right? And why are they trying to lull you into a false sense of security? They're trying to say that something is one thing, but it's much stronger than you're anticipating, right? It's the identification point of someone who tries to hide their intentions within something that feels like it is gentler than what it is that they truly desire. You then said, and then this brings us into the allegory that moves into the form of a person, which you identified as your so-called brother. And you pointed out in the dream space that you actually don't have a brother in real life that jumped onto your back. You couldn't see them. And while you tried to shake them off your back, you heard them shouting loudly in my head. Now, this is what you effectively said, and this is what we're going to articulate. You did put a name on that, okay? You put a name on that, and we need to bring forth the name. So I want to ask you if you're energetically comfortable with me addressing the name. And I'm only going to articulate it if you are. If not, I will refer to you in a private reading. But the name is important, not because it refers to a person, but it refers to how they perceive you, because that is not your name. And what they were calling you is the observation of how they were effectively trying to utilize you. So what do we see that's happening? We first see the symbol of being able to be energetically aware of someone that is not who they seem to be. And then you said your so-called brother, brother being your brother in mankind, right? Your human, the energy of another person around you, someone who should be, right? Someone who should be your comfortability point, right? They're trying to come into the space of trying to articulate the fact that you're their comfortability point, like they're trying to be somebody that you can trust. But instead of trusting, they're asking you, they're jumping on you, and they're telling you to energetically carry them somewhere, right? So this is talking about the experience by which we feel taken advantage of, which is someone that we feel cares about us, someone who should be concerned about our state of the prioritizing the condition by which we find us. But instead of building into the empathy in terms of how we're feeling, tries to utilize us to take them somewhere, right? The ability of another person not being mindful of how you feel, but jumping upon you. And then in the state of jumping upon you, articulating that you need to serve to get them somewhere. And this is the thing about it. We are not conveyor belts for each other, right? We're not the modality by which we are not conveyor belts to satisfy each other's needs. We have feelings. We are human creatures. We have experiences. So this is the articulation of working through. This is all the lessons of that devil card that are potentially arriving in the modality of navigating the work that often happens as it relates to unhealthy fixation, which is, again, somebody that is working into the context of not being who they seem to be. They're not being honest in terms of their intentions, while also taking advantage of us or trying to come towards us, not because they want to get to know us, but because they want us to get them somewhere. We then see that you said as you ran back to the hall to find the teacher you heard previously, hoping to find them and pass on the message and try to help you, that was very urgent, right? And now we're recognizing why that lesson was so urgent, because the reason the lesson was urgent was it was because of something that was actively happening. You said at the same time you were still trying to get this individual who is not your brother off of your back by pouring the bottle of wine you saw earlier over them and by emptying it behind your shoulders. So what you were effectively trying to do was you were trying to create like a slippage point. And so the emotion, and what's interesting about that is, and this is where we're going to get into a different tarot card, because that is effectively an Ace of Cups moment, right? When we look at the liquid is your emotions, right? So the ability to potentially articulate to another person how it feels, right? The modality by which you say to another person, how would you feel if I did that to you, is the modality by which you grab the bottle and you pour it on their back, because the modality by which they slide off is the space by which you understand that sometimes the modality of showing another person, right? The modality of trying to articulate to another and say, this is how I feel about it, the emotions that we express that often help articulate. And this is interesting too, because the hard part about this in the space of this dream is whether this individual is doing it intentionally, right? Again, everything we keep on seeing in your dream is working through the pathwork of oblique or intentional, oblique or intentional. And this is why we see the double bottles with the person, because sometimes when someone's doing that, they don't recognize that they're doing it, right? Sometimes when someone does something like that, remember when we talked about coming into consciousness, the space by which somebody might not be mindful of the fact that they're not being energetically empathetic. The articulation point that we sometimes can arrive to in informing another and saying, this is how it makes me feel, is the calibration point by which we're able to recognize or identify the amplification of where the healing can go. Because the modality by which we do our responsibility to express to another and saying, like, look, I want to assume that you're having the best intentions. And especially because you articulated that that person stated that they needed help, right? The statement of help being like, I know that you are feeling like you are in a modality by which you, and here's the thing about it. When we feel like we are in a state of panic, we sometimes are not recognizing how others might experience it. So the modality by which you said that you poured it on your back was the space by which you let someone know how they were making you feel, because that is the ability to apply healing to a situation. Because if you articulate how another person makes you feel and they're in the condition by which they did not intend to do so, their immediate reaction is going to be to get off your back, right? The immediate reaction is going to be like, I am so sorry, right? It's the modality by which another person articulates the fact that they did not intend to make you feel that way. So that was your ability. That's why you were pouring the liquid between you and them. Because again, I need to point out, you didn't try to hurt them, right? You didn't try to violate their own sense of person. You just simply took the liquid and poured it there to say, this is how you're making me feel. And you didn't try to do the same thing to them, right? You didn't try to do the same thing to them. You didn't match energy. You just said, this is how you make me feel. So when you tell someone how they make you feel, it helps you to calibrate as to whether they're being oblique or intentional. Because someone who is being oblique will immediately go, I could not see that. I was being oblique. I couldn't see it. Oh my gosh, I am sorry. Immediately coming into the restoration point and being able to recognize and identify and coming into a corrective course of action. Someone intentional would not be affected by it. Someone intentional would just continue to go about their business as if nothing occurred. They would not get off of that modality. So that was effectively allowing you the context by which you could perceive whether this person was in a space by which they were truly trying to heal, or, right, whether they were deeply in that articulation point of the fixation by which they didn't care. They were solely focused on what they wanted from you. You then said that you were launched from the dream into the waking state due to an unpleasant sensation in the middle of your spine. And it took you a couple of minutes to process this dream in the waking state. The space by which you were launched out, the reason that you were launched out of the dream by feeling the space upon the middle of the spine is the modality by which you were recognizing or experiencing the facilitation point of that work. Because I want to point out, like, the observation, if the modality by which you tried to do so, right, the modality by which you tried to do so was such, but instead of someone coming off, they dug in more, right? Like that is literally, like, that is the reason that you effectively, like, that is the reason, because you got the clarification in the dream space, right? The clarification of pouring that liquid on them should have made them come off of you. But the space by which you felt pain was the energy that instead of letting go, they dug in more, which is the modality by which they didn't care about the fact that they recognized that you didn't care about it, but that they were just as invested in doing it and not being energetically mindful about how one feels about it. So that's a continued moment. That's why you said that it took you a couple of minutes to process this dream, because I need to point out, in the dream space, we don't experience things that we haven't already experienced. So I would not be surprised if you have gone through experiences by which you felt like you were in a relationship, not because somebody cared about you, but because somebody wanted to get somewhere, and it felt like they were utilizing or taking advantage of you to get there, which is the observation of you working to heal that karmic wound in the dream space via the recognition of something that occurred, but in a way that allows you to actually feel it so that you can heal it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, it's interesting because it feels like a lot of somatic work in that way, right? You got to feel it to heal it. And it's saying to me that you're going through a somatic dream state moment there, by which this is an amplification of something that already happened to you, but it's being expressed, like it's being expressed in the space by which you can actually feel the weight of it, like how it affects your body, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if you were like having those modalities when you came out of the dream that you were like, ow, right? Like, because it's showing you, like, it's almost showing you where your it was showing you where your astral body was affected in someone emotionally hurting you. And that was the equivalent of feeling, I would not be surprised, like one of the indicators that you could probably recognize in relationality to what that connection was the space by which you were potentially in a relationship and you were having a lot of complaints in relationality to, like, I keep on hearing, like, if you were having a lot of issues in that relationship related to that space in your back, that would probably give you indications on the connection point in terms of what that relationship was that felt like that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, you will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Welcome, Dustin. Thank you for joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Hi there, Janet. Good to see you today. Autumnus, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hold on a moment. And thank you as well. The dream dings, yeah. Oh my gosh, Nikki, that's crazy. Of course it is, yes. The rest of my trip, oh wow. This dream feels familiar. Interesting, Lucas. One moment, please, just reading over. And thank you, MB, for the follow. I knew it was about discernment. Well, let that serve as confirmation. But that was the emotions, like the ability, like your ability of saying to someone like this, like, and that's what I mean. Like, do you realize that you're saying this, but it seems like that, right? Like that is the discernment that you're pouring on something to see how it effectively impacts another. And baby, thank you for the follow. Torin, thank you for the follow as well. No, not comfortable. Thank you for confirming. It was the not brother who shouted, help them. It was someone else. Ah, interesting. Yes, the cups comparison. I am amazed. Thank you, Per. Hi there, Jenna. Hi there from Gloucester. Debbie. I'm looking. Oh. There was an intent. This was intentional then. Yeah, because like that's why you woke up, because at that point you saw everything you needed to know, right? Like the fact that instead of the fact that they didn't let go, they dug deeper, told you everything that you needed to know. Thank you as well, Precious. This interpretation makes me shake a little. I feel this. Thank you so much for the translation. Thank you for allowing me to read for it and sending you so much support on that journey. Hi there, Precious. These are donation-based readings, so if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation and it'll be added to the list. You'll be the next person read for. Hi there, Cynthia. All right, my friends. If anybody is on the hold list who would like to get off the list, you can also get on the list right now. The list is now open. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, while we wait, we're going to get started on 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw a card for you. If you would like to become a subscriber, all you need to do is hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen, and you'll also be eligible for a 1 card. And if you are a subscriber who would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card, just go ahead and make sure that you recharge your heart knees. No problem, Per. Bridget also has a reading from today as well because she used, I think it's funny because Bridget won the highest gifter, but then she asked me to use the reading from Thursday. Where are we? One card, please, on counterpart for Bridget, please. And please hold on the one cards. We do have another reading coming through. Whoop. But I will honor the ones that have been called so far. One card, please, on counterpart for Bridget. I see this is like a lot of start again energy. You know, I see somebody who's like going through some major changes right now in their life, and they're positive, but it's like it's giving me a lot of the energy of someone basically starting from scratch. Yeah, especially with the Knight of Swords, like it's hard because I almost feel like it's somebody who feels like they're playing some kind of energetic catch up, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the frog energy. You know, I feel like this is somebody actively in the process of moving. Like I keep wondering like relocation kind of energy. One card angelic for Hannah, please. It'll pass. You just have to be strong through it. Some energy we just need to move through. Right? Just I keep on hearing like just give yourself some time right now. Yeah, especially with the Justice card in its reversal, all you can do is everything that you can do. So putting that force of intention, um, like towards what you can do to make something better, but not getting like I keep wondering, not allowing oneself, not allowing one's own feeling of fury to, I keep wondering, don't let fury turn you to stone, which is like don't let anger like create the space by which you feel like you feel like overwhelmed by it. Allow it to fortify you towards decisive action. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with this salmon. I feel like this angelic guide is trying to reaffirm to you that you're not alone at this time. You know, like I would not be surprised if you're seeing some kind of signs to give you indications that they've got your back, especially as it relates to choices that you're making. And Papu, thank you for the follow. No problem, Bridget. I'm perfectly happy doing that. Ivana, one card angelic, please. I feel like I see a space by which like I would not be surprised. Like I keep on every time I read for you, I'm seeing like a really, really active dream space. Um, and I keep on getting, I feel like there's a lot of work that they're doing right now to try to help you see different perspectives, you know? And I often like to point out, often the guides show us multiple perspectives to help us trust our own perspective on things, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, especially with that Justice card in its reversal. I keep on hearing they're not doing that. They're not doing that to try to confuse you, is what I keep on hearing. Here's the thing about, and I like to point this out. Sometimes you can have full acknowledgement, like you can see another person's perspective completely, but it like, and I already know what this card's going to be. It doesn't mean that it's still not distorted. You know, like that's the weird thing about empathy. Like often you'll see, like I feel like that it's a modality by which you recognize that you can have full understanding of another's perspective, but also recognize or understand how distorted. Like if someone's in a point of distortion, then the recognition of being able to see something from their perspective is being like, no, you're viewing that in a very distorted way. And I almost feel like the guides are showing you that not to make you question yourself, but to help you recognize the full force or shape of what it is that you're working through, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Yeah, that's interesting, Bridget. You're so welcome, Bridget. Avatar, one card, highest priority, please. I feel like this is you doing everything you can to facilitate healthy counterpart connection. And I feel like a lot of that work that we're observing, you know, the one thing I keep on hearing is it's reciprocal. You know, I keep on hearing a healthy relationship is not going to require you to do all the heavy lifting. Is everything I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with the Two of Cups in its reversal. Like the Two of Cups in its reversal is like, you know, making sure like and it's interesting because it has to do with relationships. It's not selfish if it's reciprocal. If something you're feeling is something that you would eagerly give another, like if something you're needing is something that you would eagerly give another, it's not selfish to ask for it, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, particularly and especially as it relates to like being like having a point of consideration is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like it's saying to me like make sure that you're communicating if that's happening. Make sure that you're not just like trying to like white knuckle through something. Like your words are blessed. Like make sure that make sure that you're utilizing those words to help bring something into a state of better balance. You're welcome, Hannah. You're so welcome, dear. Avatar. Thank you for the help, Bridget. I definitely saw this. Just for anyone else coming in. No, I appreciate that. You're so welcome, dear. All right. The next person we're reading for today is Per. Per, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Ooh, we got another dream coming through on the disco. I love it. Excellent. One moment. Okay. And let's do our dream noise. Dream time. All right. Before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pull up her, I'm going to put up her. Guys, make sure to give her some love. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. All right. One moment. Okay. Outside dream. I was getting ready to go away for the weekend with a group of people I know from the past. We were going to attend some kind of retreat. I was in a house, my house in the dream, but not my house in real life, with a teenage girl, and we were supposed to be picked up around 5 p.m. to go to the retreat. The girl already had her things packed in a big shopping bags, but I couldn't manage to pack my own bag. I was searching for things to take with me, and the time was ticking away, yet I couldn't gather everything together. At some point, 2 men came to pick us up to go to the retreat, and I was still not packed or ready. One of the men I know from my past, he is the ex of a former friend of mine. The second I knew in the dream, but not in real life. The second man went outside with me to help take items out of my car that were needed for the retreat. I asked him what we were going to do during the retreat. He said, "We're going to talk about our feelings with a group of people from the past." I found that a bit uncomfortable. I wasn't looking forward to sharing my emotions with people from the past. After searching for a long time, I finally saw my car in the street and asked the man to hand me my keys. Instead, he gave me his wallet filled with money. I took a few steps and then realized that I needed the key rather than a wallet. He had already walked away. I went back to him and asked for the key. First, I was given an old key, and after asking again, the new key to the car. I walked toward the car, but there was a performance going on with many dancing women. I couldn't walk around them and had to wait. In the end, I didn't find the car in the dream, and we never left for the retreat, at least not that I can remember. All right. Can I get 4 cards, please? All right. So it's interesting because the dream itself is a dream about the dream itself is a dream from your guides in relationality to energetic recall is the best way I can describe it. And the way that we work through things is that sometimes we go through experiences and we are not energetically equipped to recognize or identify what is occurring. And a lot of this is being amplified by the fact that we see that in the dream you would describe that you said that you are in a house. And again, it's important that you identify that it is your house, right? Your house in the dream, but not your house in real life, with a teenage girl. And we're supposed to be getting picked up around 5 p.m. to go to a retreat. You are the teenage girl, okay? Because you identified the fact that you said you're basically going through like a soul recall moment by which you're understanding and you've got the guide saying that you're going back. And so that's why you're in the house with the teenage girl, because it's you, the you of the present, and then it's the you at the time that you were making energetic decisions. And one of the things that you recognized is that that past version of self was they had a lot of baggage, right? Is what we keep on seeing. Because, and I need to point this out, you said the girl already had their things packed in big shopping bags, right? But you couldn't manage to pack your own bag. And so the space by which we see, but here's the thing about it, the fact that you described that they had all of these things packed in big shopping bags was literally the depiction of you understanding that you weren't supposed to be packing at that moment. You were already at the retreat. You're already at the retreat. It's already energetically happening in the dream space. And what do you see at the retreat, right? You were seeing yourself getting ready to go away for a weekend with a group of friends you knew from, like you knew from the past, but was there present, right? So you're watching yourself from the past and how you would effectively navigate things. And what do we see? We see somebody, you seeing a teenage girl with a lot of baggage. And you said you couldn't manage to pack your own bag and you were searching for things to take with you, but you weren't, and time was ticking away, but you couldn't gather everything together. Now, that is the observation that you're going through that point, and you articulate upon the fact that the reason that you are in the space by which you're searching for things to take with you, and time was ticking away, is the fact that you weren't supposed to be in the space of packing. You should already be in the modality of observing, right? It's not, you're, in a way, if that's you, you're already packed. That's why you couldn't pack anything. You already packed everything, right? So it's interesting because you're sitting there and you're looking for the things to take with you, but there's nothing there for you to take because it's all the work of the past self. And you said time was ticking away. You couldn't gather everything together. Um, and so this is articulating, and what's happening right now is you're navigating the mindset of understanding the space by which you said you couldn't gather everything together is potentially the articulation of recognizing that you could have experienced something at a point by which you couldn't see something energetically clearly, right? Like the reason, that the energy of the past was so focused was the fact that they weren't necessarily thinking about things. They were just doing what they were doing. And you said at some point, two men came to pick you up to go to the retreat, and you were still not packed or ready. And you said one of the men you knew from the past, which was the ex of a former friend of yours. And the other man was someone that you knew in the dream, but not in real life. So again, we have the context of the past, right? And it's interesting too, because you identified that the person that you're not now felt like time was ticking away and you couldn't gather everything together. But here's the thing about it. The past version of self was looking for things to do with their time. They were observing and recognizing they had an exorbitant amount of it, right? Which is why they were going into the retreat space in the first place, right? What do I do with all this time? So they're looking to fill it, and you're looking to find it, right? So this is a conversation on how your perspective of time has changed. And that's why we also see the two men in the dream. And it's interesting that you articulate the fact that you said one was the ex of a former friend. So the observation of feeling that modality of working into somebody that you knew tangentially, right? Now, I would be curious as to know like the nature of that relationship ending, because that would have a lot to do with how you feel about this person. I would not be surprised if there's some karma connected to them. And the second man knew in the dream, that's because you're working through how you used to feel about masculine energy in the past versus how you may potentially feel about them now, which is the unknown energy, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. You said the second man went outside with you to help take the items out of my car that were needed for the retreat. Now, do you see what's happening here? You said that you weren't ready to be packed. You said that you weren't ready to be packed, but the second man knew where all your things were. They said they knew that they had to go outside to help you take the items out of your car that were needed for the retreat. Now we're starting to get the shape of the retreat because this is about helping you understand what's needed in a healthy relationship, because cars talk to us about relationship. They're the mechanism by which we get somewhere. So this is the energy of the present that understands, right? The energetic self of the present that understands that working into a healthy relationship is and working with energy that is considerate and that wants to aspire to help us. So we see that this is the present energy that is not looking to take us somewhere, but they're looking to energetically assist us, which is the changes by which you're identifying what builds into a healthy relationship. And you said you asked them where you were going to do the retreat. And they said, we're going to talk about our feelings with a group of people from the past. And you said that you found that a bit uncomfortable, and you weren't looking forward to sharing your emotions with people from the past. When why would you, right? Because it's a modality by which we see, like, and I keep on pointing this out, like when you articulate upon the, like even in the space by which you articulated that you said that you felt uncomfortable, is amplifying the fact that you feel like you've already healed karma on it, right? And that's what's important about it. Like the work in terms of unpacking something is often amplifying the space by which we feel the need to return back to it. So this is in a way already showing you the fact that you're at the retreat and you've already healed a lot of karma, because even in the modality by which someone says, we're going to go back and talk to these people, and you being like, I really don't feel inclined to do so, is the space of you energetically celebrating that you're not, you don't feel that need or that importance, like you've already let it go, right? And it's interesting because we're talking about the karmic closure point. And this is a karmic closure point. This is another karmic closure point. And the karmic closure point being the fact that you really, like, you're fine leaving it where it is. Like you don't, like, and often, and this is what happens, and this is often what happens when another person carries karma that we ourselves don't carry, right? The space by which another person carries karma that we ourselves don't carry, that we've already resolved upon, is the space by which another person says like, oh, we need to go back to talk about that. And another person being like, I'm really not inclined to do so. But this is also important because this is what we observe that we do in healthy relationship, right? In healthy relationship, often we carry karma for one another, right? Which is the modality by which we understand and say like, look, I know that I'm okay, but I want to make sure that you're okay. So I'm going to energetically help you carry that by recognizing what we need to help you energetically clear it, is what we keep on seeing. So we identify here that you said you found that uncomfortable and you weren't looking forward to it. Now it's important to notate you didn't articulate that, right? Right? The modality of making sure, and this is again, we're starting to see the work of the retreat, making sure that you're identifying or articulating upon your standards. You then said, after searching for a long time, you saw a car in the street and asked the men to hand you the keys. And you said instead, they gave you their wallet and it was filled with money. I took a few steps and then realized that I needed the key rather than the wallet. He had already walked away. And I went back to him and asked for the key. And first you were given an old key, and after asking again, the new key to the car. Now this is the observation of working through the ability to identify and recognize the force of intention as it relates to what we ask for versus how another person receives it. And it's moving again into the context of recognizing all of the work we see in your dream space is working into the context of oblique or intentional, right? So the modality by which you navigated something by which you felt energetically uncomfortable. And then you said after searching for a long time, you found your car in the street and asked the man to hand you the keys. And they said instead, they gave you a wallet filled with money. And this is often the amplification point of understanding the relationship by which we articulate our needs should be our needs met, not somebody trying to placate our need, the fact that we have needs in the first place. So this has to do with the fact of potentially working through karmically healing. This is why we're now seeing why you don't want to go back to that past experience, because this could have been something that you energetically experienced from those modalities. The space by which you would often ask for one thing, right? Be very, very clear in terms of what it is that you need. And instead of somebody arriving into the space of meeting your needs, they're trying to placate your needs by giving you everything except the thing that you're energetically asking for, which is, this is now showing the work of the karma that you're carrying as it relates to relationships. And you said that instead of giving you the keys, they gave you a wallet filled with money, which is again a placation point. Be like, here, take this instead. And you said you took a few steps away and you realized that you needed the keys rather than the wallet. He'd already walked away. And so you went back and you asked for the key again, right? And this time they were giving you an old key, right? And this isn't something that's helpful either. So this is working through, like this is working through all of the reasons why which you probably don't want to arrive back to those modalities or experiences. The space by which you say to someone, I could not be clearer, I'm asking you for this, and somebody is either doing something by which they're trying to distract you by placating you with something else, or the space by which they're giving you something that isn't what you need. They're bringing up something from the past, right? So we've got two different modalities of working through heavy karma, which is either the modality by which another person was trying to placate your needs by, instead of making it like when you're telling them that you're hurting or you need something, they give you something as a consolation, right? Or the space by which you tell somebody you need something and they dig up something from the vault that they've been storing to articulate, right? To almost say you're not allowed to say that you have needs in the first place because of something that happened. And then you said you asked for the key again, and finally, after asking again, right, you were not deterred. You, like, this is you showing how far you've come, because this is you not being deterred. You've already learned the lessons of not allowing someone to placate your feelings, while also simultaneously not allowing them to placate them, and also not allowing them to bring up the past instead of addressing them. The space by which you're able to effectively identify what it is that you want and to be able to recognize whether you're energetically receiving it. We also said we see that that is when you walk toward your car, but there were performances going on with many dancing women, and you couldn't walk around them and had to wait. And so the modality by which you were working through the space of trying to get to your car, but there were all of these dancing women, have to do with the conversation and of how hard it is to find healthy relationship when others are more easily distracted by bad ones, right? It's a conversation of working through the energetic standard. And so the energetic standard that we arrive to, the thing with standards is when we're all holding standards, it's easier to maintain them. But the modality by which we hold standards together is the space by which we don't create situations or circumstances that make it harder for one another. So the modality by which you said you were trying to move towards the relationship and you saw all of these dancing women in front of the car is the observation in relationality to working. This is why we have to heal from relationships by which we should never approach a relationship from the standard of saying, I'll do anything to get in one, right? Because that is the sound of abandoning one's standards in order to maintain an energetic relationship. And that's why it can often create the space of a disaster zone, because it's the modality and the experience that understands or works through the energetic space by which it makes it harder for one another when we're not holding our standards, because like it creates the false illusion of not necessarily of anyone, like either others misconstruing or not holding them. And it makes it even harder to be able to do the work that we have to find that healthy relationship. And so this is effectively continuing to go through, right? This is all of this work, though, is you kind of perceiving the energy of the past, right? Like working into the context of how you used to see things. And what's interesting about it is that's the understanding of of working through, right? This is the responsible you, right? This is the responsible you trying to find a healthy relationship, not just looking for one to have fun within, which is also like the given in the expression of the dancing, but also trying to find joy in the process. You said in the end, you didn't find the car in the dream, and we never left for the retreat, at least not that you can remember. The reason that you didn't leave for the retreat is because you were actively in the retreat, right? The retreat itself, like the guides dictated in the space of the retreat, like the observation that you are already going ahead to do that work, right? You were ready to go away for the weekend. You did, right? That was the energetic retreat space. The space by which you were going through all of that past was you going through the retreat in the dream. And the retreat in the dream is you have to understand, retreat, right? What does retreat mean? It's a retreatment, right? So it's the ability to see something in a different way. So you're treating the energetic wound, right? You're treating the energetic wound with a new perception. So the ability of you being retreated, the misconception that you had was that retreating was a location. You weren't going anywhere. You were retreating the work. You were treating, right, the work in a different way. And the different way that you were treating it was through the perception or the optics of the present self. So everything about the dream was the retreat, because you were applying the retreatment in relationality to what it was effectively needed in order to be able to maintain or sustain or find that modality or experience. So all of this work has to do with you coming into karmic closure, right? Working into the space of understanding. And this is what's important about this, right? You have to go through the space of being able to perceive, like the gift of being able to perceive the past is that it helps us so that we don't have to go through it again. So the ability by which you articulated the disinclination in terms of wanting to address it is, and I want to point this out, right? Like the space by which you said, like, and this is you seeing, like, do you see some of the shadow work coming up here, right? What was happening? I felt uncomfortable. I didn't address it, right? I felt uncomfortable. I didn't address it. So working into, right, like working into the context in relationality, like working into the context in relationality to the space by which you're getting better at articulating your discomfort, because your modality of being able to articulate your discomfort is helping you sharpen your own sense of energetic discernment, right? Like that individual, we see that individual that was articulating that they were trying to help you. It was very clear that in the modality by which they were trying to help you, that they weren't actually trying to help you. Because every time it took you, you had to ask them 3 times for something before they effectively brought it forth to you. So that's a continuation of the understanding in recognition to what it is that we're trying to do, but not just what it is we're trying to do, the ways that we're effectively working to be more effective. And even in the context by which you were working through that, like, I think it's interesting because you didn't articulate, right? You didn't articulate to that person your energetic frustration. You even articulated in the past, you said, I was uncomfortable and I wasn't looking forward to sharing my emotions with people, but you didn't articulate it, right? And so this is a continuation of working into the space of getting better at articulating, because the modality by which you're working to articulate is the space by which you navigate that uncomfortability, so that again, right, you don't have to feel the weight, you don't have to feel the energetic weight of navigating through frustration. You're just articulating the frustration as it arrives in order to be able to come into a better energetic outcome. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, again, the 5, like, here's the thing about it, right? The navigating discomfort, we don't, I want to point this out. Working through avoidant, this is why we have to recognize that working through avoidant tendencies as it relates to creating discomfort is also energetically necessary as it relates to relationship, because just as, I keep wondering, peace must be energetically protected, right? So the modality by which we work relentlessly towards the peace that we find in partnership does not require us to sit and feel like we have to bear it. It's the space by which we effectively communicate and articulate that allows the expansion of possibility by which our needs can be met. And so that ability, like, I feel like it's interesting because you're utilizing in the, like I said, you're utilizing in this dream space the difference between what is oblique and what is intentional. Like the space by which another person is literally trying, right? Like that's a hard part. The space by which another person is literally trying to thwart you, right? The space by which another person is literally just trying to make something as difficult as possible to you, versus the modality of someone being able to arrive into the context of being able to give you what you need when you ask for it, is clarified by the statement of how we feel. So this is a continuation of the same work that we saw in the previous dream in articulating upon speaking up for yourself or being able to articulate upon it. And in the space by which you said, like I keep on seeing, like the thing that's interesting about this is even in the dream space, you said to an individual, I need keys. And they gave you something else. And then you said, I need keys. And then they gave you the wrong key. So being able to energetically address that, right? Right? Being able to energetically address that may be something that you're working to do in order to facilitate healthy partnership. But the thing we keep on seeing is it's operating on and this is why you said like the discernment point, because healthy energy, right? Healthy energy, I like to point out, like, it's not the fact that we say healthy energy will hear us the first time. Healthy energy, if they're not giving us something and we articulate why, will come into the space by which they'll immediately correct for it, right? And that's why we see, like, that's what I keep on getting, because they're potentially showing the context of the past self that was making a determination point upon it before articulating that it was occurring, right? And that's what we have to be very conscientious about with avoidant behaviors, is the modality of saying you cannot make an assessment on something unless you speak out about it, right? You cannot make an assessment until you put your voice towards it. And that can be like, because that's the modality by which we're able to recognize what another person's intentions are versus something that they don't realize that they're doing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Yeah, you got it. And it's interesting you got the same one twice, because it's very much, it's the same lesson coming through in different forms. How are you doing today, nunchucks? No, the dreams are definitely linked. They're definitely, there's no maybe about it. They're definitely linked. Yes. Oh, we just met, and oh, yeah, exactly. We just met and they want to talk about past feelings. I need this to be a reality. People are just handing me money. Yes. Yes, manifesting this for you. We have a couple of queens out on the table. No, but that's what I mean about like the energy of the queen, right? Is like it's you kind of, like I said, like it's you working on being like you being patient but not a pushover, right? And thank you, Rainbow, for the heart me's. Everybody on board of people handing out money. Good to see you today, dear. And Dewan, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. 500. I would please ask that you don't post non sequiturs in the chat space. The chat's for proper communication. So just posting random letters is an improper use of the chat. So I'd ask that you please refrain from doing that, or I'm afraid I will have to mute you. Thank you for honoring the chat space. Look at me getting smart finally. You've been smart this whole time. Very true. Asking for one thing, getting something else. Everything but what you asked for. Would you like a roaster instead? Exactly. I don't have. Oh, I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Am. They're always with us. They're always with us. And thank you for being here and sharing in this collective as well. But we do we do a free collective every day for everyone in this community. We've already done the collective reading today. So if you'd like to find that reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos and over on the place where we keep the photos. We can also find it as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. I also offer free 1-card readings to subscribers if you ever care to subscribe. But I will point out that often, if you can't afford a reading, messages sometimes come through on other readings as well. There's sometimes alignment there. But I'm sending you so much support on your healing journey. And rest assured, every time I read for someone in spirit, they're usually in a state of deep care. They're always taken care of over there. I only see it not functional relationships around me, but if they are okay with it, minding my own. Well, and this is the thing about it, right? Like that, I feel like that's what you potentially see in relationality to the dancing individuals too, right? It's like the shape of what qualifies as functional is entirely related to the bliss that others experience while being within the relationship, right? And where is this counterpart at? Well, this is, I feel like this is the journey, like the you finding your car is you finding that relationship, right? And the observation, like the lessons that you're learning are helping you find that ideal partnership. Maybe I want to go on a retreat. Maybe I want to relax. Luna, thank you for reposting. I'm part of this collective. Oh, it's amazing. Growing and learning. Tap to claim per. Really true. I'm too easy with communicating. I'm too easy with communication. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it would be like about like easy is one thing. When we communicate our needs, we make communication easy, right? It's a gift for a healthy counterpart because we don't make it feel like it's an investigation to figure out what our needs are. You're so welcome, Per. And Soul Glow, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's good to see you today. I like, but yeah, like how when you address what you don't like. I mean, like here's the thing, and I want to point this out. It's navigating it with a sense of proportionality. And this is what we talk about. Like the one thing we have to recognize with the standard is making sure that our standards are not trauma in disguise. So the way that we identify that our standards are not trauma in disguise is being able to explain why we have the standard, right? If you're holding a discomforture point and then you articulate to another person why you feel energetically uncomfortable about it, then that effectively gives you all of the information you need in relationality to like what we're effectively working through versus what it is that we're trying to adapt or change. Yep. Oh, Lord, I'm glad that you made it back safely. Oh, very happy to hear you're in a safe space. Yeah, be careful out there, Chrissy. All right. And Ike, thank you. Thank you for being here. And if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. The list is now open. If anybody else would care to get on the list, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to go back to 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments if you have not had a card pulled today, and make sure that you are also recharging your heart me's. If you'd like an animal, if you'd like an animal card on top of your 1 card, got it. Julia, 1 card, highest and best regarding finances. I feel like there's something like it feels like there's something you're going through right now, which feels like a little bit of a Band-Aid rip moment, is what I'm getting, you know? Like the modality, and this is what I meant in relationality, to doing something right now that feels hyper sustainable is what I keep on getting. Like working, like I feel like it's working into the context of like, you remember when I said like there's something about that that almost feels like it's kind of requiring you to be austere. But what's interesting about being austere is like I almost see a situation by which like I see you kind of having to work through this space by which like it feels like you have to like you're putting out a lot so that you'll have to put down less later is what I keep on getting. You know what I mean? Yeah, particularly and especially, like, I don't know why, but like, I keep on getting Like there's something I keep on reading on when I read for you into this, which is like I see some kind of modality by which you're not going to be staying in a particular area too long, is what I keep on getting. You know, like when I say that you're going through an energetic transition point, like some of that transition I'm seeing has to do with like your own perception in relationality to where you're staying, is what I keep on hearing. And it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing like a question saying living or staying right now, which is a different, I keep wondering, living is an investment in a place, is what I keep on hearing. Like living is an investment in a place that one expects to stay in for a long time. Staying is what we navigate through an energetic transition point to decide where we're going to live. So I keep on hearing living or staying, which is saying make sure if you're staying somewhere, you don't feel like you have to, like you just need, I keep wondering, you just need the bare essentials, right? Because, and I keep wondering, if you're not sure about what the shape of something looks like, it's okay to say I'm staying here as I figure out where I'm going to live, which is like I'm residing here as I decide where I'm going to put those roots down, right? Animal spirit guide. Yeah, there you go. The difference, like I keep on hearing the blackbird energy, living versus staying. And I keep on hearing like during transition stages, it's okay to say like I'm not living here, right? I'm not married to this place. I'm staying here. It's somewhere that I'm occupying for the moment as I try to figure out where I want to be in the long term. One card on the vehicle, please, for Chrissy. It's funny because I literally want to say like I can't make this a medical reading, but um, I don't know why it feels like a heat issue. I don't know if you're in an area where there's a lot of cold right now. Yeah, especially like I keep on hearing sometimes with that you'll be able to tell in relationality to temperature, like fluctuations is what I keep on getting. Something related to heat and rapid temperature fluctuations. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the salmon. It's hard to find heat. I keep on hearing it's like it's hard to find heat when it's cold outside, which is why I keep on hearing something about not something not heating up enough is all I keep on hearing. One moment. One card for Yaz, highest priority, please. Oh, bottom of the deck. I feel like there's a lot of I feel like I see a lot of energy coming through to you right now, particularly and especially, um, like in the realm of what am I picking up here? It's like I don't know why I keep on getting this message from an angelic, which says other people's karma. Like I want to describe this. Like I don't know why I keep on hearing others' karma is not your fault, is what I keep on hearing. You know? Like I feel like I feel like there's something about you over internalizing like something happening around you. Like I keep on hearing the message like sometimes things happen and they're not your like they're not your like they're not your responsibility, but I keep on hearing you can still be responsible, you know, like it says to me like we can help each other through, you know? Like I want to describe it like it's almost like it's interesting like the way we help each other. Like there's something to be said about holding each other's hands is what I keep on getting. And the modality by which we hold each other's hands is often the amplification by which we understand or recognize um, like the full force of our intention towards what it is that we're trying to do. Like don't let another person, like, I don't know why, but don't let another person make you feel like their karma is your responsibility, especially if you're holding their hands through something, is what I keep on seeing. I don't know why that's coming up so strongly. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the hawk energy. I sometimes pick this up in energy that's like really superstitious, is what I keep on getting, you know? Like this is what we talk about with like I keep remembering the toxicity of superstition is often the modality by which something is difficult and I keep hearing we're looking for some kind of wild reason, right? I keep on hearing don't let somebody's superstition get the better of you as it relates to like your own force of intention, you know? Per, one card, please. What is counterpart doing? A lot of, I feel like this is some kind of energy, like it feels like new beginning energy, you know? It feels to me like somebody has just come through the ending of something. And it feels like somebody that's like building into a fresh start. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this Seven of Wands in its reversal. There's something I'm seeing there. Um, there's something I'm seeing there in relationality to another person, like trying to perfect their routine is what I keep on seeing. You know, like it feels like almost somebody trying to find a groove. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, it's interesting too because I feel like it has a lot to do with all the bull energy that we saw, like all the bull energy that we saw. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody here carries Taurus placements because they don't like. I feel like I see somebody who does not like who does not do well without a routine. Is what I keep on hearing. You know, and I feel like their routine has changed, and they're trying to get they're trying to get their new routine. It's interesting. They're trying to get their new routine back, which is like the recognition that it's going to be a new routine, but they're trying to get back into the space of making a routine, is what I keep on hearing. Grand Rising Ella, thank you for confirmation, Julia. Highest good for Ella, please. The only way out is through. Sometimes the only way out is through, but like the ability to kind of work through something and keeping there's no greater gift than someone keeping like a clear head through another person's silliness or nonsense. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like literally, like you are never working more in alignment to like your guides and spirit. You're never serving your guides or ancestors or spirits more when you are being the clear-headed one, right? Like and often and like what does the clear-headed one say? You're being dumb. It's like, what does the clear-headed one say? I love you, but you're being dumb. It's like that's the hard part. Like that's the hard part with being the clear-headed one is you have to go around perpetually like helping other people get out of their own way is what I keep on hearing. Yeah. What is like you can say it politely, you can say it gently, right? You can be like I love you. And this is what he's like you can say you can add a love yeah, you can add an I love you before it. Is what I keep on hearing. You can add an I love you before it, which is like, I love you, but you're being dumb. It's just like, don't stand in your own way. Like, understand or recognize, right? Like, understand and recognize, like, how one is able to energetically facilitate or what one is trying to do in the best way possible is all I keep on seeing. So allow that to kind of shape into the context of what it is that you yourself are trying to do in a better capacity. Hi there, Julia. Good to see you. Yeah, okay. Thank you for confirming what I was seeing there, dear. Mm-hmm. AM, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. Okay. And just bear with me a moment. Excellent. Oh man, thank you for confirming, Julia. Oh, thank you for confirming as well, Chrissy. Same per. Yep. And again, Am, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Again, I'm happy to do a reading for you, but these are donation-based readings. I also, again, especially if it's something that there's a lot of pain attached to, you can also go to my site and we can book a private reading, particularly and especially if you're carrying a lot of feelings on something. Sometimes a private reading is a better place to address a reading by which there may be a lot of emotions connected to it. And thank you, and sending you support on that journey. Excellent. And again, I need to stress this, and I deeply appreciate the fact that you're going through a grieving moment. And we offer the readings here so that collectively we can help each other heal. I would ask that you please refrain from posting the same message over and over again, even if you're in a place of deep mourning. It's not conducive to being able to have a healthy conversation. Um, Again, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. And again, if you can afford a reading, often staying in this space, sometimes the messages that come through others' readings can also connect to us as well. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you being here and helping us support you through that. And I would encourage, but I would also ask you to please be respective of the rules of the chat. You can find the full rules of the chat. They're pinned to my profile. So as long as you're able to maintain and hold on to those profile rules, you're welcome to stay here and sit in the space with us. Thank you. Minnie, I got you. 1 card on what that shift is. And what will my time away for work create within my partnership? I mean, it feels to me like it feels very productive. I feel like it's the modality of you and another person being on the same page. And a lot of that emotionality or a lot of that experience that we see as being expressed has to do um, it has to do with the modality of being able to be in a healthy space by which one is able to communicate the emotions. um, and I think that there's something very protective that there, because I feel like I see you and another person in a very stable headspace. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I think that it's important because I feel like I see you and another individual working really hard on on the day to day, right? Not necessarily looking for something outside of one another, but articulating or amplifying what it is it's almost, I keep wondering, there's a longing to stay is what I keep on seeing. Some kind of modality by which you're experiencing or expressing that desire to be able to like it's almost like I see another person making changes to try to accommodate the way that you're working forward from some kind of experience is what I keep on seeing, particularly with this 10 of wands. um it feels almost like, I almost see you in another person, it's giving me a bond that strengthens based upon distance. But I keep wondering, the reason the bond strengthens due to distance is because of the perfect clarity of communication that you have between you and that individual. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the sow energy, you know. Um, I feel like there's something, I keep on hearing, I don't know, I feel like you and another person like work into the capacity of holding one another first and foremost, right? So I feel like there's a lot of that energy that feels like it feels like a lot of the space of healthy check-ins. We're building into the space of like, I keep on hearing like the persistent communication that makes you feel like that you and them are in a good space, if that helps. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment on my pet readings, Bridget. And KLS, thank you for the follow. As I mentioned before, Am, it's 3 cards for 29 if you would like to get on the list. Thank you. And Zara, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Ella. Hold on a minute. Do you have an idea of who the person projecting their karma is by any chance? Um, I think the thing I was seeing there, right? Like, I mean, it almost feels like, I mean, I almost feel like it's you having to heal from like it says to me like some kind of past energy is what I keep on seeing. Like I don't know if there was some kind of, I don't know if you were in a relationship with someone who was like highly superstitious, but I almost inevitably see energy like that with someone that's like deep. I'm wondering like deeply superstitious, and the problem, like the problem is like, and often when I read into superstition with like guides, they always point out like the space by which we don't look for a cause for things, right? It's like we move, like we don't try to like often the space by which another person tries to energetically outsource the reason for something happening is like looking into an energetic cause point instead of understanding and recognizing that things sometimes happen, is what I keep on getting. And I feel like that is the shape or nature of you trying to heal. And I don't even know if it's directly around a particular person, but I feel like that's a lot of the karma that you're working to resolve or clarify within. You're welcome, dear. Oh, thank you, Per. I appreciate you. Yeah, that's what my guides have been showing me. I blink and my wildest dreams arrive. Excellent. And thank you, KLS, for for providing me the first gift you've ever sent. I deeply appreciate you. And thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Hi there, Zara. How are you doing? Thank you for the follow. And thank you as well. Excellent. Yep. Oh, that's wonderful, Minnie. So KLS, I'm happy to do a pet reading for you, but these are donation-based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for non-subscribers. I also offer free 1-card readings for anyone who is a super fan. So if you'd like to do so, just feel free to either send a donation or become a super fan. You're so welcome, Ella. Yeah, we're both heading into a busy season. Thank you for confirming. And Ella, thank you for sharing the live and thank you for reposting. You're so welcome, Yaz. I got you, Lucas. 1 card, please. Highest priority for Lucas, please. Woo! It says to me with this Chariot card, I feel like this is you I feel like this is you like finding your stride on something or getting energetically stabilized in terms of something that you're trying to do. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with like, it feels like this is you kind of getting out of your own way in some fashion. Like I feel like I feel like it's almost you getting over like some kind of imposter syndrome. Like it's like it feels like I feel like that's a lot of you like pushing back like a lot of trauma in relationality to energy, like making you feel like energetically embarrassed for trying to be your best version of self. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, it's like look at that, get behind me kind of energy. I always love like it's a lot of that energy that I kind of see like you working towards. Like I keep on hearing not allowing not allowing another person's like I keep wondering like not allowing another person's insecurity about themselves to like connect to you. you know, as it relates to how they feel. Like, when, like I like to point this out, like when somebody is hypercritical on us, it speaks more about their insecurity than it does with us, right? Like that, like, and I like to, and I don't know why this is coming up. Like often, like grabby energy will say, "Why are you doing that?" Right? That's all I got to say about a situation. Grabby energy will say, "Why are you doing that?" Which is also somebody saying, like, "Why aren't you focusing on me?" Right? Like that's what we, I don't know why that's coming through, but I feel like it's interesting because it feels like it's ancestral to try to help you, like through somebody else, like being like real weird with you, you know? Ugh. All right. All right, my friends. Final call right now for anyone who is Final call right now for anyone who is a subscriber who has not had a card pulled, or anybody who would like to get on the list for a full reading. Just a reminder, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yes, Bridget, mentorship info is on my stack. Oh, hold on a minute. We've got another 1 card coming through. Bear with me a moment. All right. 1 card. Okay. Yep. So for pieces, this is saying to me, it feels like somebody trying to be honest and vulnerable about something is what I keep on getting. Um, yeah, especially with the 3 of like, especially with that 3 of cups energy there, you know? Like, I don't know if this was a modality by which you were trying to like, and I gotta explain this, like, sometimes, I don't know why I'm gonna hear that. Sometimes silence is the sound, sometimes silence is the sound of hitting something straight on the nose. I don't know why I keep on hearing that. I feel like there's something important. Like sometimes silence is the sound of hitting something straight on the nose. You know? Like especially with that water dragon energy, like coming into a space of not getting emotional, right? Like I keep on hearing something about it being like, look how far you've come in terms of like working through emotionality, but not allowing, like not letting another person's emotions get the better of the self, but just kind of like returning. I keep wondering like returning back to the subject at hand, or staying like, you know, staying very grounded and focused upon something. You know, I keep wondering they're not changing. You're like they're not changing. You're seeing is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. All right, my friends, final call right now. Final call right now for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled, or if anybody would like a full reading. We will be back on tomorrow at our usual time, which is 7:15 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. and 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, anyone who gets on the list today will be read for before the Daily Collective begins. So just go ahead and send that donation, and you'll be added to the list. How are you doing today, Dragon? If you would like, if you just became a super fan today and would like to get access to our superfan welcome, thank you for joining our subscriber network. If you message me directly from this live, I will send you access. Send me a disco gif, and I will send you access to our subscriber only disco channel. Our next, also in the perk section there, you will find a very special coupon code that will give you a discount to our Stack subscription class program. Our next class is going to be occurring on Thursday, February 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the support cards of the Sword Suite. And if you are not a subscriber, but would still like a coupon code to this class, I have a coupon that is specifically only for this live. Just message me, again, directly message me the word class, and I'll be happy to send it to you. And if you would like to learn more about that retreat that we'll be hosting, that is coming in August, just message me the word trip. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge, oh, Dragon, send me a direct message. Don't post it here. You have to send me a personal, direct message. So go into the, directly message me from this app, from the live, and I will send it to you in the messages. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we will do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.